I hope you enjoy this moment of time for this story. Please help the channel grow. The first time I realized my fiancée had gone insane, she was standing beneath a chandelier worth more than my father's first factory, wearing a black velvet gown and pointing a champagne flute at the man she had supposedly loved for 7 years. The entire ballroom had gone silent. Not the polite kind of silence that happened when wealthy people pretended not to hear gossip. No, this was the silence of blood in the water. The silence before a dynasty collapsed. The man in front of her was Adrian Vale. If this city had a crown prince, it was Adrian. He was handsome in the cold, expensive way men became handsome when every tailor, trainer, and publicist in Manhattan had spent years polishing them into a weapon. Heir to Vale capital, graduate of every school that mattered, face on magazine covers, darling of investors, nightmare of competitors, the kind of man whose name made old billionaires straighten their backs and young heiresses lower their voices. And my fiancée, Seraphina Ashford, had worshipped him. Everyone knew it. It was practically part of her biography. Seraphina Ashford, only daughter of the Ashford group, beautiful, arrogant, cruel, reckless, and desperately in love with Adrian Vale. She had followed him through charity galas, private auctions, boardroom dinners, yacht parties, and political fundraisers with the devotion of a priestess chasing a god, which made our engagement absurd. My family, the Halewoods, owned Halewood Steelworks. Old money, not quite. New money, not anymore. We were something in between. Industrial money, practical money. The kind of money that smelled like machinery, hot metal, oil, and men who worked double shifts. We weren't poor, God no. But compared to the Ashfords, we were useful. That was all. The Ashford Group wanted our manufacturing infrastructure. My father wanted their capital and political protection. Their board wanted a merger. Our board wanted survival. So I, Julian Halewood, became engaged to Seraphina Ashford. The villainess of every room she entered. The woman who had once looked me up and down during a charity dinner and said, "You smell like a factory." She hadn't been wrong. At the time I had laughed. She had not. That was the entire history of our relationship. So when our engagement banquet began, I had already accepted my role. I would stand there in a tailored suit, smile for the cameras, shake hands with men who thought my company was beneath them, and pretend not to notice that my bride-to-be was waiting for Adrian Vale to arrive. A marriage contract. A merger. A beautifully decorated prison with 2 separate bedrooms. Honestly, I could live with that. Then Adrian walked in. The crowd shifted around him like iron filings around a magnet. Conversation slowed. Women glanced over their champagne glasses. Men adjusted their cufflinks. Even the string quartet seemed to soften, as if the violins themselves knew royalty had arrived. Seraphina stood beside me at the head of the ballroom, her hand resting lightly on my arm. Her fingers were cold. I expected her to let go. I expected her to move toward Adrian like she always did. I expected humiliation. Instead, her grip tightened, so sharply that her nails dug into my sleeve. I glanced down at her. For the first time that evening, I saw her expression clearly. She wasn't love-struck. She wasn't excited. She was staring at Adrian Vale with hatred so pure it looked almost holy. Before I could process that, Adrian smiled and approached us. "Seraphina," he said, voice low and intimate, as if my existence beside her was a clerical error. "You look beautiful tonight." The guests leaned in without moving. My father's jaw tightened. Seraphina's father, Conrad Ashford, watched with the exhausted patience of a man who had seen this exact tragedy too many times before. I prepared myself for the inevitable. Seraphina would blush, Adrian would smirk, someone would whisper, Tomorrow, the tabloids would call me the most pitiful groom in New York. Instead, Seraphina lifted her champagne flute and threw the contents in Adrian Vale's face. The splash was violent. Golden liquid struck his cheek, ran down his jaw, dripped from his chin, and soaked into the front of his immaculate white shirt. A woman gasped. Someone dropped a fork. Adrian didn't move. For one impossible second, he looked less like a prince and more like a man who had been slapped awake from a dream. "Seraphina," he said slowly. She stepped closer. Her voice when she spoke was not loud. It did not need to be. "You don't get to say my name anymore." The room froze harder. Adrian blinked. I blinked. My father actually stopped breathing. Seraphina set the empty flute on a passing waiter's tray with terrifying calm. Then she turned toward me. That was when I made my second mistake of the evening. I assumed she was performing. A power play, maybe. A tactic. Some kind of Ashford family theater. Publicly reject Adrian, publicly commit to me, stabilize the merger, then return to whatever private madness ran beneath the polished surface of the upper class. But then Seraphina walked to me. Slowly. Deliberately. Her heels clicked against the marble floor like a countdown. When she stopped in front of me, she looked up. Seraphina Ashford was beautiful in a way that made people uncomfortable. Not soft, not sweet. Beautiful like a blade. Black hair swept over one shoulder, red lips, pale skin, dark eyes sharp enough to cut through lies. But now those eyes were full of something I didn't recognize. Not arrogance. Not contempt. Not even strategy. Possession. She reached out, caught my tie between two fingers and pulled. Hard. I bent forward before I could stop myself. Our faces came dangerously close. "Julian Halewood," she whispered. My name sounded wrong in her mouth. Too careful. Too reverent. Too hungry. "This time," she said, her eyes trembling with something that looked almost like grief, "I choose you." A murmur moved through the ballroom. I stared at her. "This time," I repeated. Her mouth curved. It was not quite a smile. "Last time I was stupid." Then, in front of 300 guests, 6 cameras, 4 rival families, and Adrian Vale dripping champagne onto Italian marble, Seraphina Ashford lifted her hand and touched my face. Softly, like she was confirming I was real. "Don't worry," she whispered. "I won't let anyone hurt you again." I should have laughed. I should have pulled away. I should have said something clever, something dry and detached, something that reminded everyone I was not a pawn trembling in an Ashford drama. Instead, I stood there like an idiot while the most feared heiress in the city looked at me as if I were both a miracle and a possession she intended to lock away forever. Across the room, Adrian Vale wiped champagne from his cheek. His eyes were no longer charming. They were cold. Seraphina did not even glance back at him. That should have been my first warning. It was. My first real warning came 2 days later, when my brother was arrested. Not my real brother. My cousin, actually. But in our family, we called cousins brothers, uncles fathers, and enemies shareholders. Miles Halewood had been raised in our house after his father died. My mother fed him. My father paid for his education. I taught him to drive. He called me Jules until we were 23 and he decided affection was inefficient. For the past year, Miles had been pushing to replace my father as CEO. He had the charm for it, the hunger, the contacts, the kind of smile that made older board members believe betrayal was simply ambition wearing a better suit. I knew he wanted power. I did not know he had been selling our internal pricing models to Vale Capital. I found out when federal agents walked into his apartment at 6 in the morning. By 8, the news had broken. By 9, our board was in emergency session. By 10, Vail Capital publicly denied any connection. By 11, Seraphina called me. I was standing outside my father's office, watching through the glass walls as he aged 10 years in 10 minutes. My phone vibrated. Seraphina. I stared at her name for 3 rings before answering. "Did you sleep?" she asked. No greeting. Just that. Her voice was smooth, almost gentle. "No," I said. "You should have. My cousin was arrested this morning." "I know." Of course she knew. Everyone knew. "No," I said slowly, "you knew before." A pause. Then softly, "Yes." The hallway seemed to narrow. "How?" Miles was careless. Miles has been careful his entire life. Not careful enough. I walked away from the glass wall and lowered my voice. "Seraphina. Oh, did you do this?" Another pause. This one longer. When she answered, her voice had changed. The gentleness remained, but beneath it was something dark and satisfied. "He betrayed you." My grip tightened around the phone. "That wasn't my question." "He betrayed your father. He betrayed your company." He handed Adrian Vale the knife and smiled while doing it. "Seraphina." "And in 6 months," she continued, as if I had not spoken, "he would have forced your father out, sold Halewood Steelworks in pieces, and blamed the collapse on you." The words struck something deep. Too specific. Too certain. "You don't know that." "I do." "How?" Silence. Then she sighed. Not irritated. Sad. As if I were asking a question whose answer would hurt me. "You won't believe me yet." Yet. I hated that word. "What did you do to Miles?" "I gave the authorities what they should have had already." "That's not an answer." "It's the only one you can handle right now." I let out a humorless laugh. "You're unbelievable." "No," she said quietly, "I'm late." Something about the way she said it made my skin prickle. Late. Not early, not clever, not ruthless. Late. As if she had failed to stop something once before. As if this time she was racing against ghosts. "I don't want you interfering in my family," I said. That was my second mistake. Seraphina laughed. Not cruelly. Tenderly. Like I was a child, telling the tide not to come in. "Julian," she said, "your family became my family the moment I chose you." "You didn't choose me. Our parents signed a contract." "No," her voice hardened. "They signed paper I chose you." I didn't know what to say to that. Before I found words, she added, "Go into your father's office. Tell him to check the encrypted folder. Miles kept under the name North Star. The password is your mother's birthday and the year Halewood opened its first furnace." My blood turned cold. "How could you possibly know that?" "Because last time, nobody checked it until it was too late." The call ended. I stood in the hallway with the phone against my ear, listening to nothing. Then I walked into my father's office. By midnight, Miles Halewood was not only arrested for corporate espionage. He was finished. The folder existed. The password worked. Inside were emails, recordings, forged board documents, and enough evidence to make our family lawyer whisper, "My God," in a voice I had never heard from him before. My father sat behind his desk, face gray. My mother cried silently beside him. I stood near the window, staring down at the city. Seraphina sent one text. "One traitor removed. Don't be angry. I'm only cleaning up what I ruined before." Before. Again. I read the message 5 times, then deleted it, as if that could delete the unease crawling under my skin. The next week, Seraphina behaved like a perfect fiancée. That was somehow worse. She visited my parents with flowers for my mother and an antique watch for my father. She wore cream instead of black. She listened more than she spoke. She complimented my mother's garden, praised my father's early business decisions, and somehow knew that he preferred his coffee with cinnamon, but hated when anyone mentioned it. My mother fell in love with her in one afternoon. My father, still shaken by Miles's betrayal, looked at Seraphina like she had personally held the roof up during an earthquake. "She's remarkable," he told me after dinner. "She's something," I said. He gave me a look. "Don't be cynical, Julian. That girl stood by us when she had every reason to distance herself. She had reasons to get closer too. Such as the merger." My father snorted. The merger would have survived a scandal. Her loyalty made it stronger. Loyalty. That word tasted strange. After dinner, I walked Seraphina to her car. Her driver waited near the curb. Her security detail stood discreetly by the gates. Everything around her was sleek, black, quiet, expensive. She paused beneath the porch light. "You were quiet tonight," she said. "I was thinking about me. Unfortunately." Her lips curved. That pleased her. It should not have pleased her. "You knew things about my family you shouldn't know," I said. "Yes." "You exposed Miles before he could hurt us." "Yes." "You humiliated Adrian in public after spending years chasing him." Her face went cold. "I never chased him." I raised an eyebrow. "Seraphina." Her fingers curled at her sides. "That was her." The porch light flickered once. I stared at her. "What?" She looked away. For the first time since I had known her, Seraphina Ashford looked ashamed. The version of me who didn't know better. I studied her profile, the sharp line of her jaw, the tension in her throat, the way her expression kept shifting between regret and fury, as if two storms were fighting behind her skin. "Are you on something?" She laughed once. Short, bitter. "I wish." "Then explain." She turned back to me. Her eyes were bright. Too bright. "If I explain now, you'll think I'm insane." "I already think that." "Then you'll think I'm dangerous." "I already know that." A faint smile. "There he is." "Who?" The Julian I remembered. The words hit harder than they should have. I folded my arms. "You keep doing that." "What?" "Talking like you knew me in another life." Seraphina went still. The air between us changed. Somewhere in the trees, a night insect buzzed against the darkness. Then she stepped closer. "Would it frighten you if I did?" I should have said no. I should have mocked her. Instead, I said yes. Her expression softened. Not with pity. With longing. "Good," she whispered. "Fear keeps people alive." My patience snapped. What the hell is that supposed to mean? She lifted her hand as if to touch me, then stopped herself. Her fingers hovered inches from my sleeve before falling back to her side. "In my last life," she said, "you weren't afraid enough." The sentence was so absurd that for a second I could only stare. Then I laughed. I couldn't help it. It burst out of me, sharp and disbelieving. "Your last life." She didn't smile. My laughter died. "You're serious?" "Yes." I looked toward the street, half expecting hidden cameras, a documentary crew, something. Nothing. Just her driver, her guards, the dark gates, the quiet neighborhood. Seraphina, I said carefully, if this is some kind of psychological strategy, it is. Then it's a breakdown. Maybe. That stopped me. She looked exhausted suddenly. Not physically. Spiritually. Like someone who had walked through fire, crawled out the other side, and found everyone else still admiring the flames. I died at 32, she said. My throat tightened despite myself. In a hospital room with no flowers, no family, no husband, no friends. Adrian Vale had already taken everything by then. My company, my inheritance, my reputation. My parents were gone. Your father was gone. Your mother followed soon after. My hand slowly lowered. She continued, voice steady but eyes wet. And you, she stopped. For the first time, Seraphina Ashford could not finish a sentence. I should have been relieved. Instead, dread opened inside my chest. What about me? Her mouth trembled. You died because of me. The porch seemed to tilt. I looked at her, at this impossible woman saying impossible things beneath my childhood home's porch light. I barely know you. In that life, you knew me enough to help me when I didn't deserve it. You said I died because of you. Yes. How? Her eyes closed. A tear slipped down her cheek. Seraphina Ashford crying was wrong. Not because she seemed incapable of tears. Because the sight made something in me move. Something protective. Something stupid. When I broke our engagement, she whispered, I gave Adrian access to everything. I thought he loved me. I thought he would marry me once you were gone. I thought ruining you was the price of my happiness. My fingers went numb. She opened her eyes. I handed him your company's expansion strategy. I gave him the names of your lenders. I told him which board members were weak, which suppliers could be pressured, which contracts could be delayed. That's enough. No, her voice cracked. It is. I stepped back. She stepped forward. I helped him destroy Halewood Steelworks. Your father had a heart attack during the final board vote. Your mother never recovered. Miles betrayed you then too, but I made it possible. I was the knife in Adrian's hand. I stared at her. No. Absurd. Insane. Impossible. And yet every word landed with the sick precision of truth. After that, she said, you came to see me. I couldn't speak. I was living in Adrian's penthouse then, not as his fiancée, not as his equal, as something he kept around because humiliating me amused him. You came with bruises on your face and a folder full of evidence. You told me Adrian had used both of us. You told me to run before he finished destroying what was left of my family. She smiled through tears. I laughed at you. My chest felt tight. I called you pathetic. I said you were jealous. I said a factory dog shouldn't bark at wolves. Her voice broke completely. And you just looked at me. God, Julian, you looked so tired. Then you put the folder on the table and said, Seraphina, one day you'll understand that not everyone who tells you the truth is trying to hurt you. I said nothing, because I could hear myself saying it. Not because I believed in reincarnation. Not because any of this made sense. But because it sounded like me. Bitter, tired, still foolish enough to try. What happened after that? I asked. Seraphina wiped her face with trembling fingers. Adrian had you followed. The porch light hummed. My heartbeat sounded loud in my ears. He sent men to take the evidence. You fought them. They hurt you badly. She swallowed. They left you in an alley behind one of his clubs. I looked away. Not because I believed her. Because I could see it. That was the problem. Her story wasn't vague. It wasn't mystical. It was brutal in the way memory was brutal, full of details no liar would choose because they were too ugly. And then I asked. She looked at me. You died before sunrise. The world went quiet. Somewhere beyond the gates, a car passed. For a long time, neither of us spoke. Then I said, and you expect me to believe you woke up in the past. I don't expect anything. You expect me to accept that you're doing all this because you feel guilty about a life that may not have happened. No, she said softly, I'm doing this because it did happen. I laughed again, but there was no humor in it. And Adrian. Her expression changed instantly. The grief burned away. What remained was hatred. He took everything, from you, from me, from our families, from anyone foolish enough to love him. Did he kill you too? No. She smiled. It was terrible. He let me live long enough to understand. A chill crawled down my spine. Understand what? That being discarded is worse than being killed. I had no answer to that. Seraphina stepped closer again. This time she did touch me. Only 2 fingers against my wrist. Light as a feather. Possessive as a chain. I can't undo what I did, she whispered. I can't apologize to the version of you who died because I was blind. I can't bring back your father from that life. I can't save my mother from crying herself sick. I can't take back the words I said to you. Her fingers tightened. But I can make sure no one hurts you in this life. Not Miles, not Adrian, not me. I looked down at her hand. You already hurt Miles. He hurt you first. That's not how justice works. No, she said. That's how love works when justice is too slow. I pulled my wrist free. Her face went pale. Just slightly. But I saw it. The terror. Not anger. Not offense. Terror. As if my rejection was not merely unpleasant but catastrophic. I need you to understand something, I said. I am not a prize you get for regretting your past. Her eyes darkened. I know. Do you? Yes. You can't just decide I belong to you, because another version of you wronged another version of me. Her lips parted. For a moment, she looked like she wanted to say something dangerous. Something honest. Then she lowered her gaze. You're right. That surprised me. I expected argument, manipulation, tears maybe. Not surrender. I don't belong to you either, she said. I frowned. What? She looked up. Her eyes were steady now. I belonged to Adrian once, because I gave myself to him like an idiot. My judgment, my pride, my family, my future. I handed everything over and called it love. Her voice became quiet. I won't do that to you. Relief flickered through me. Then she ruined it. I won't ask you to belong to me, she said. I'll simply make myself indispensable until leaving me feels like cutting out your own heart. I stared at her. There it was. The madness beneath the manners. The obsession beneath the remorse. Seraphina. Yes. That is not better. Her smile was small and sad. I know. Then she leaned up, pressed a kiss to my cheek, and stepped away before I could react. Good night, Julian. She turned toward the car. I stood frozen on the porch. Just before she reached the door, she looked back. Oh, she said lightly, as if remembering something trivial. Tomorrow morning, Adrian will offer to help your company recover from Miles's betrayal. My blood chilled. Don't accept. Why? Her smile vanished. Because the hand he extends always has a hook in it. Then she got into the car and left. The next morning at 9, 03, Adrian Vale called my father. By noon, he was in our boardroom. By 12:15, I understood exactly what Seraphina meant. Adrian entered Halewood headquarters like a man visiting a museum dedicated to extinct animals. He was polite to my father. Too polite. He praised our resilience, expressed sympathy over Miles's betrayal, mentioned how unfortunate it was when family loyalty became complicated by ambition. Then he offered us a bridge loan. Generous terms. Immediate liquidity. Strategic partnership potential. No controlling stake. No hostile clauses. On paper, it was salvation. In person, it was a noose wrapped in silk. I sat across the table from him and watched his hands. Long fingers, expensive watch, no wedding ring, perfect nails. A predator's hands were always calm. My father, exhausted from scandal and pressure, looked tempted. Our CFO looked more than tempted. The board looked ready to kneel. Adrian smiled at me. "Julian," he said, "you've been quiet. I've been listening. And I'm wondering why you're being so kind." A few board members shifted. Adrian chuckled. "Kindness isn't always suspicious. In our circles, it usually is." His smile sharpened. "I suppose Seraphina has been talking." There it was. The first crack. Tiny, but visible. I leaned back. "You sound bothered." "Not at all. I've known Sera for years. She can be emotional." My jaw tightened. "Sera. That's what I call her." "No," I said, "that's what you called her." The room stilled. Adrian's eyes cooled. My father looked at me sharply. I should have stopped. A smarter man would have stopped. Unfortunately, Seraphina's madness had apparently infected me. I picked up the loan packet and flipped through it. "Section 12, I said. "Operational oversight rights triggered by liquidity instability." Our CFO blinked. Adrian's smile did not move. I continued. "Section 19. Emergency board observer privileges in the event of supplier disruption." I flipped another page. Section 24. Debt conversion option if quarterly revenue drops below a threshold conveniently measured after the Miles scandal hits our largest contracts. The boardroom was silent now. I looked at Adrian. "You didn't come here to save us. You came here to wait for us to bleed, then call it a partnership when you started drinking." My father slowly took the packet from me. His face darkened as he read. Adrian watched me with new interest. Not charm. Not amusement. Calculation. "You've become sharper," he said. "I've always been sharp. People just get distracted by the factory smell." His eyes flickered. He remembered. Not from another life. From this one. Seraphina's insult, years ago. His mouth curved. "Careful, Julian. Pride is expensive. So is debt." My father closed the packet. "We'll pass." The CFO nearly choked. Adrian looked at my father. "Marcus, I urge you to reconsider." My father's voice was flat. My son made a good point. For the first time since entering the room, Adrian Vale looked genuinely annoyed. Only for a second. Then the prince returned. "Of course," he said, standing, "the offer remains open." He buttoned his jacket. His gaze moved back to me. "Give Seraphina my regards." I smiled. "Give them yourself, if she lets you close enough." His expression didn't change. But his eyes did. There in that brief flash, I saw something ugly. Possession. Not love, not heartbreak, not wounded pride. Ownership denied. Seraphina had been right about him. That realization irritated me. I did not want her to be right. After Adrian left, my father asked how I had noticed the trap. I lied. I read fast. He stared at me. You hate legal documents. I'm growing as a person. He didn't believe me. But he let it go. Seraphina called 5 minutes later. You did well, she said. I looked toward the boardroom door. How do you know? I have sources. Inside my company. Would you prefer outside? Seraphina. What, I'm joking. She was not joking. I pinched the bridge of my nose. You can't spy on every meeting I attend. I can. That wasn't permission. I know. Then stop. A pause. I'll reduce the frequency. That is not the same as stopping. It's the version of stopping I can survive. I had no idea why that sentence made my anger falter. Maybe because she said it so plainly. Not as a threat. As a confession. You warned me, I said. Yes. Thank you. Silence. Then very softly, say that again. I frowned. What? Thank you. I almost laughed. Almost. Thank you, Seraphina. Her breathing changed. Barely. But I heard it. Like those 4 words had struck her harder than any insult could. You never thanked me in the last life, she whispered. I thought I didn't believe in that. You don't. Then why are you saying it? Because I remember enough for both of us. I looked out over the city through the boardroom glass. Below, traffic crawled between towers. People moved like dots. Money flowed invisibly above their heads, deciding who rose, who fell, who vanished. Seraphina. Yes. What happens next? Her voice cooled. Adrian realizes you won't take the bait. Then he pressures your suppliers. Then he approaches your lenders. Then he uses the scandal to shake confidence in your leadership. You sound certain. I am. And what do we do? She went quiet. When she spoke again, there was satisfaction in her tone. Not joy. Not exactly. Anticipation. We make him think he's winning. I closed my eyes. Of course. And then, she said, we teach him the difference between hunting and being lured. The line went dead. I stood there with the phone in my hand and understood 3 things with perfect clarity. First, Adrian Vale was dangerous. Second, Seraphina Ashford was worse. Third, for reasons I did not yet understand and did not want to examine, I was no longer entirely sure which one frightened me more. That evening, my mother insisted I invite Seraphina to dinner. She saved your father from accepting that awful loan, she said, while rearranging flowers in the dining room. She didn't save him, she gave me information. Information saves people all the time. She's not a saint. My mother smiled. Good, saints are boring. I stared at her. She looked up innocently. What? Nothing. Seraphina arrived at 7. This time she wore blue. Not ice blue, not corporate navy, something softer, almost domestic. It made her look younger. That irritated me too. She greeted my mother with a kiss on the cheek and presented my father with a sealed envelope. What's this? He asked. A list of 3 suppliers who can replace Westbridge Metals if they become unreliable next week. My father's smile faded. Why would Westbridge become unreliable? Seraphina's expression was mild. Because Adrian Vale owns 18% of their parent company through 2 funds, and a cousin with poor judgment. The dining room went silent. My father opened the envelope. I looked at Seraphina. She looked back calmly. "Dinner first," my mother suggested faintly. Dinner was strange. Not unpleasant. That was the problem. Seraphina fit herself into our family with terrifying ease. She remembered my mother's preference for dry wine. She laughed at my father's old stories. She asked intelligent questions about furnace modernization, logistics bottlenecks, and labor retention. She even listened when my mother described the neighborhood stray cat who kept breaking into the greenhouse. A villainess should not care about stray cats. It made the whole thing harder. Halfway through dessert, my phone buzzed. A message from Clara Whitmore. Clara was my ex. Not dramatic, not secret, not tragic. We dated in college, realized we were better at arguing than loving each other, and became friends after a year of mutual silence. She now worked in crisis communications, which meant her entire career involved smiling beautifully while companies burned behind her. Her message was simple. "Heard about Miles. If you need media help, call me. No charge, don't be stubborn." I smiled despite myself. A mistake. Across the table, Seraphina's spoon paused above her dessert. Only for half a second. But I saw it. Her eyes moved from my face to my phone. Then back. "Good news?" she asked. Her voice was pleasant. Too pleasant. "An old friend." "What old friend?" I put the phone face down. "Clara Whitmore." My mother brightened. "Oh, Clara, I always liked her." The temperature in the room dropped. "Not physically. Socially." Seraphina smiled. "Did you?" My mother, unaware she had wandered barefoot into a minefield, nodded. "She was such a clever girl, very pretty too." My father coughed. I considered faking a medical emergency. Seraphina turned to me. "You dated her." It was not a question. "In college. For 11 months. My fork stopped. "How do you know that?" She blinked. Then smiled. "I guessed." "No, you didn't." Her smile stayed. But her eyes had gone flat. Clara called 30 minutes after Seraphina left. I answered in my room. "You okay?" Clara asked. "Define okay." "You sound like you're inside a hostage negotiation." "Close." She laughed. Then lowered her voice. "Listen, Jules, be careful with Adrian Vale." My grip on the phone tightened. "What do you know?" Enough to know he's been calling reporters, quietly, asking what kind of appetite they'd have for a story about instability inside Halewood after Miles's arrest. I exhaled. "Of course he has. I can help you get ahead of it." "Thanks." "Also," she hesitated. "What?" "Your fiancé called me." My blood went cold. "When?" 10 minutes ago." I closed my eyes. "What did she say?" "That she appreciated my concern for you." That sounds civil. It was terrifying. I sat on the edge of the bed. "Clara." "She knew things, Jules." "What things?" "About my firm, my clients. A mistake I made 2 years ago that never became public. She didn't threaten me exactly." I stood. "What does not exactly mean?" "It means she told me I was welcome to assist you professionally. But if I confused nostalgia with opportunity, she would make sure my career became a cautionary tale whispered at networking events." I swore under my breath. "She said that." Not in those words. Her version was prettier. "I'm sorry." "Don't apologize for your terrifying fiancé. Just tell me one thing." "What?" "Are you safe?" I opened my mouth, closed it, looked around my bedroom, at the familiar walls, the childhood trophies, the city lights through the window. Was I safe? From Adrian, maybe. From Miles, probably. From Seraphina. I didn't know. I think so, I said. Clara was silent for a moment. That is a terrible answer. I know. After we hung up, I called Seraphina. She answered immediately. Julian. Her voice warmed around my name. It made me angrier. Did you threaten Clara? A pause. Define threaten. Seraphina. She contacted you late at night. She offered professional help. She has unresolved feelings. No, she doesn't. Yes, she does. You don't know that. I know everything I need to know about women who look at you like they remember touching something they lost. My jaw clenched. You had no right. Her voice softened. No, I didn't. Again, the surrender. Again, somehow worse than denial. Then why did you do it? Because I imagined her standing beside you during a crisis, becoming useful, becoming familiar, becoming necessary. She's my friend. I know. And I hated it. The honesty struck like a slap. No excuse. No manipulation. Just hatred, clean and ugly. You can't threaten everyone around me. I can. You can't. I can, she repeated quietly. I shouldn't. I dragged a hand through my hair. This is insane. Yes. You understand that. Yes. And you're not going to stop. Silence. Then I'm trying. Those two words did what her tears had not. They made me hesitate. Because she sounded furious about it. Not with me. With herself. Like restraint was a skill she had not needed in whatever hell she remembered, and now she was learning it too late. You need help, I said. I needed help in my last life. Nobody came. That doesn't mean you get to become the thing people need saving from. The line went quiet. For several seconds, I thought she had hung up. Then she spoke. I know. Her voice was barely audible. I know, Julian. I sat down slowly. I'm not Adrian, I said. No. So don't treat me like something you can win. A shaky breath. I'm not trying to win you. Then what are you trying to do? This time the silence stretched longer. When she answered, her voice was raw. I'm trying to deserve the fact that you once tried to save me after I destroyed you. I had no defense against that. None. So I used anger because anger was easier. If you contact Clara again without my permission, I'll postpone the wedding. It was cruel. I knew it the moment I said it. Seraphina stopped breathing. I heard it. That tiny broken silence. Then she whispered, please don't. 2 words. No threat. No pride. No villainess. Just fear. My anger drained, leaving guilt in its place. I hated that too. Then don't make me. I won't. Promise me. I promise. And Seraphina. Yes. You owe Clara an apology. She went silent again. I could practically feel her disgust through the phone. Then she said, with the tone of a queen agreeing to sweep ashes from a floor, fine. An actual apology. I said fine. No threats hidden inside it. A pause. You're becoming demanding. Good. To my surprise, she laughed. Softly. Warmly. It was the first sound from her that didn't feel sharpened for war. Yes, she said, good. The next day, Clara sent me a screenshot. Seraphina Ashford. Miss Whitmore, I apologize for my tone yesterday. Your professional assistance to Julian is appreciated. I will not interfere with his choice to consult you. A second message followed. Clara, this is the most frightening apology I've ever received, but technically it counts. I laughed. For the first time in days, I laughed properly. Then I noticed Seraphina standing outside my office. She had arrived without announcement. Black coat, red lipstick, diamond earrings, expression unreadable. My laughter faded. How did you get up here? She lifted a visitor badge. Your receptionist likes me. My receptionist fears you. Healthy overlap. I leaned back in my chair. Do you always appear like a haunting? Only when I miss you. The answer was so direct I looked away first. Mistake. She noticed. Of course she noticed. Her mouth curved. Then she placed a file on my desk. What's this? Adrian's first move. I opened it. Westbridge Metals. Supplier delays. Insurance complications. Shipping irregularities. Exactly as she predicted. I looked up. When does it start? Tonight. In this file. Countermeasures. I flipped through the pages. Alternative suppliers, temporary routing, quiet purchase options, communications drafts, legal notices, even suggested talking points for our board. All ready. All precise. All clean. Too clean. What did you do? Seraphina removed her gloves finger by finger. Nothing illegal. That wasn't reassuring. Nothing you can prove illegal. Worse. She smiled faintly. Then her expression softened. I'm learning restraint. This is restraint. Yes. God help us all. I studied the file again. With these countermeasures, Adrian's pressure campaign would fail before our employees even noticed it existed. You prepared this before he moved. I knew where he would step. Because of your last life. Yes. I closed the file. And after Westbridge, he'll go after your lenders. Already handled. Yes. Then media. Clara will help. You're okay with that? Her jaw tightened. I'm practicing. That looked painful to say. It was. I almost smiled. Almost. Seraphina saw that too. Her eyes warmed, and for one strange second, she looked less like a reborn villainess plotting a corporate massacre, and more like a woman grateful for the smallest mercy. Then my office door opened. My assistant, Daniel, stepped in with coffee. Sorry, Mr. Halewood, I didn't realize. He stopped when he saw Seraphina. Most people did. Daniel was 24, painfully efficient, and terrified of rich people despite working for them. He held the coffee tray like an offering to a dangerous deity. Your coffee, sir. Thanks, Daniel. He placed it on my desk. Then, because fate enjoyed comedy, he smiled at me. A normal smile. A friendly employee smile. Also, the draft statements are ready whenever you want them. Great. Daniel left. The door clicked shut. I looked at Seraphina. She was staring at the door. Completely still. No, I said. She looked at me. I didn't say anything. You were thinking something. I think many things. Stop thinking that one. Her brows lifted. You don't even know what it was. It involved Daniel disappearing from my office. Not disappearing. I stared. She sighed. Transferred. No. To a better position. No. With higher pay. No. Her lips pressed together. He smiles too freely. He brought me coffee. He looked pleased to do it. That is called being employed. That is called admiration. That is called caffeine delivery. For a moment, we stared at each other. Then Seraphina looked away first. Her fingers curled around the edge of her coat. I won't touch him. The phrase should not have comforted me. It did, which said terrible thing about where my standards had gone in the past 2 weeks. Thank you. She glanced back. There it is again. What? You thanking me for not ruining someone? I rubbed my face. Yes, well, the bar is in hell. Her lips twitched. Then she laughed. Actually laughed. It transformed her. Not into someone harmless. Never that. But someone human. I had the sudden, dangerous thought that if she had laughed like that years ago, I might have liked her. Then I remembered she had called me a factory dog in another life. Possibly. Allegedly. God, my life had become ridiculous. Seraphina stepped closer to my desk. Julian. I looked up. What? I really am trying. I believed her. That was the problem. I know, I said. Her expression changed. Just slightly. But I saw it. That same unbearable hope. Like my belief was a gift too large to hold. Then she reached into her handbag and pulled out a small velvet box. Every muscle in my body tensed. No. She blinked. You don't even know what it is. It's from you, that's enough. That's rude. That's survival. She placed the box on my desk anyway. I stared at it like it might explode. What is it? Open it. No. Julian. Seraphina. Her eyes narrowed. Mine did too. Finally, she opened it herself. Inside was a watch. Simple. Steel. Old. Not diamond encrusted, not absurd, not screaming wealth. My breath caught. I knew that watch. It had belonged to my grandfather. My father sold it during the recession to keep payroll running. He never spoke of it, but once, when I was 16, I saw him staring at an old photograph of his father wearing it. How did you find this? I asked quietly. Seraphina's voice softened. It appears at auction next month. In my last life, Adrian bought it. My fingers curled. He did. Yes. Why? To mock your father after the bankruptcy. The room went cold. Seraphina's face hardened. I bought it early. I reached for the watch, then stopped. How? She tilted her head. Money. That's not what I mean. I know. I looked at her. No lives ruined. One collector mildly inconvenienced. Seraphina. He overcharges museums. That is not a crime punishable by Ashford. Everything is punishable by Ashford if I'm irritated enough. Despite myself, I laughed under my breath. Then I picked up the watch. It was heavier than I expected. Real. Solid. A piece of family history returned from the dead by a woman who claimed she remembered my future corpse. My thumb brushed the scratched face. For the first time, I understood the danger. Not her ruthlessness. Not her obsession. Not even her power. The real danger was that Seraphina Ashford did not only know how to destroy. She knew how to give me exactly what I wanted before I admitted wanting it. Give it to your father, she said quietly. I looked up. It's yours. No, she said, it was always his. Something moved painfully behind my ribs. Why? Her expression became almost unbearable. Because in my last life, he looked at that photograph the night before he died. The office blurred for half a second. I looked down quickly. Anger was easier than grief. But Seraphina kept dragging grief out of places I had not known existed. You can't keep doing this, I said. Doing what? Making me grateful. Her lips parted. Then she smiled. Slowly. Sadly. I'm not making you. No. No, she leaned forward, placing one gloved hand on my desk. I'm earning it. I should have hated that. Instead, I closed the box. Thank you, I said again. Her eyes shone. And suddenly I knew, with absolute certainty, that if I asked for Adrian Vale's empire in a box, she would bring it to me tied with ribbon. The terrifying part was not that she could. The terrifying part was that a small, dark corner of me wanted to ask. That night I gave my father the watch. He stared at it for a long time without speaking. Then he sat down heavily in his chair and covered his face with one hand. My mother cried openly. I stood there, holding the empty velvet box, feeling like Seraphina had reached into my family's past and repaired something money alone should not have been able to repair. Where did you get this? My father asked. Seraphina found it. He looked up. His eyes were wet. That girl, he said roughly, is a blessing. I thought of Miles in handcuffs. Clara's frightened voice. Daniel nearly being transferred for smiling. Adrian dripping champagne. Seraphina whispering that love was justice when justice was too slow. A blessing, I repeated. My father nodded. I said nothing else. Because maybe blessings and curses looked similar when they wore couture and knew the future. The following week, Adrian made his move. Exactly as Seraphina predicted. Westbridge Metals delayed shipments. 2 lenders requested routine reassessments. A business magazine ran a speculative piece titled, After Family Betrayal, Can Halewood Steelworks Survive Its Own Bloodline? Clara handled the media. Seraphina handled everything else. And I watched. That was the honest truth. I watched as one supplier after another quietly confirmed backup contracts. I watched lenders reverse their tone after receiving mysterious reassurances from Ashford-connected institutions. I watched the magazine publish a correction after Clara threatened them with a lawsuit so elegant even our lawyers applauded. Then, 48 hours later, Westbridge Metals announced an internal investigation into executive misconduct. Their CEO resigned by dinner. Their acting CEO called my father personally to apologize by dessert. Seraphina sent me one message. No blood, minimal screaming, I behaved. I stared at the text for almost a full minute. Then, against every instinct I possessed, I replied, Proud of you. The typing bubble appeared. Vanished. Appeared again. Vanished again. Finally. Don't say things like that unless you mean them. I looked at the screen. Then typed. I mean it. No response. For 10 minutes. Then 20. Then my phone rang. I answered. At first I heard only breathing. Seraphina. I'm here. Her voice sounded strange. Are you crying? No. She was absolutely crying. I sat back in my chair. You ruined a CEO yesterday but can't handle praise. I didn't ruin him, he ruined himself. That's not an answer. She inhaled shakily. In my last life, You never looked at me like I could become better. I said nothing. Maybe because I couldn't. That's not true. You didn't know me. I'm starting to. She went quiet. That silence felt different from the others. Less dangerous. More fragile. Julian, she whispered. Yes. If I become someone you can trust, I waited. She did not finish. If I prompted. Her voice became smaller. Will you stay? There it was. Not the command. Not the claim. Not the terrifying promise to remove anyone who stood too close. Just the question beneath all of it. Will you stay? I should have said that depended on her behavior. I should have established boundaries, terms, consequences. I should have been smart. Instead, I looked at the old watch now, sitting on my father's desk across the room, and I thought of a version of him dead from shame in another life. A life I did not remember. A life Seraphina could not forget. I'm here now, I said. That's not the same. No, I admitted, it is. Another silence. Then she said, I'll take it. The next month passed like walking beside a storm that had agreed, temporarily, not to rain on me. Seraphina became careful. Not harmless. Never harmless. But careful. She stopped threatening my friends directly. She stopped appearing in my office without warning. She stopped looking at Daniel like he was an HR issue waiting to happen. Instead, she redirected all her terrifying energy toward Adrian Vale. And Adrian, arrogant enough to believe he still understood the board, did not realize he was no longer playing against the woman who had once followed him like a shadow. He was playing against the ghost of the woman he had destroyed. Seraphina knew his habits, his alliances, his vanity, his preferred traps. She knew which smile meant patience and which meant retaliation. She knew which companies he secretly wanted, which rivals he feared, which family members he distrusted, which journalists he fed, which charities were covers for influence. Watching her map his world was like watching a surgeon draw lines on skin before cutting. Precise. Cold. Intimate. One evening, she invited me to Ashford Tower. Her office occupied the top floor, of course. The elevator opened directly into a room of glass, marble, and quiet power. The city stretched beneath us like something already conquered. Seraphina stood before a wall-sized digital display covered in names, companies, funds, arrows, dates, and red circles. Adrian Vale sat at the center. Not physically. Symbolically. A golden spider in a web. Seraphina touched the screen. Here, she said, this is where he begins to lose. I stood beside her. What am I looking at? Vale Capital's private credit exposure. Explain like I didn't major in corporate assassination. Her lips twitched. Adrian built his reputation on control, but control requires leverage. He has borrowed favors from men who expect repayment, hidden risk inside funds his investors don't fully understand, and used personal relationships to secure political cover. She dragged one finger across the screen. These 3 pressure points hold the image together. And if they break, then the prince bleeds in public. I studied her face. There was no joy there. That surprised me. Only focus. And beneath it, pain. Does this make you feel better? I asked. She did not look away from the screen. No. Then why do it? Because leaving him untouched would feel worse. Fair. Disturbingly fair. She turned to me. I want you involved. I frowned. Why? Because last time you fought him alone. Her voice softened. I won't let that happen again. I'm not sure letting you fight him for me is better. Then fight beside me. The words hung in the air. Fight beside me. Not behind me. Not beneath me. Not as a prize sitting safely in a glass case. Beside me. It should not have mattered. It did. What do you need? I asked. Her eyes brightened. Not the unhinged glow I had seen at the banquet. Something warmer. Triumphant, yes, but also proud. She handed me a folder. Adrian will attend the Meridian Foundation Gala tomorrow. He expects me to avoid him after the champagne incident. And you won't. I opened the folder. Inside was a guest list, seating chart, donor history, and notes on half the attendees. What am I doing? Being underestimated. I looked at her. That is usually my specialty. I know. Should I be offended? No, it's one of your best weapons. I laughed once. She smiled, then reached up and straightened my tie. The gesture was intimate. Too intimate. I let her. Another mistake. Or maybe by then, not a mistake at all. Her fingers lingered at my collar. Tomorrow, she said softly, Adrian will try to make you feel small. Most people do. I know. Her expression darkened. I hate it. I swallowed. Seraphina. Let him speak. Let him posture. Let him think you're still the same man he dismissed. And then, her smile returned. Beautiful. Dangerous. Devoted. Then ruin his evening. The Meridian Foundation Gala was held inside a restored museum with marble columns, gold ceilings, and enough priceless art to make every hedge fund manager present pretend they had souls. Adrian arrived with a model on his arm. Seraphina arrived with me. That mattered. The cameras noticed. The guests noticed. Adrian noticed most of all. For the first hour, we played polite society. Smiles, handshakes, small talk, donations disguised as moral virtue. Seraphina never left my side, but she did not cling. She did not perform ownership. She simply stood beside me with calm certainty, as if the entire room already belonged to us and she was graciously allowing everyone else to remain. Then Adrian approached. Julian, he said. Adrian. His gaze slid to Seraphina. Sera. She looked at him, as if he were a stain she had decided not to mention. Mr. Vale. A few nearby guests pretended not to listen. Adrian's smile tightened. I see Halewood Steelworks survived the week. Disappointed, I asked. Relieved, competition makes the market healthier. How charitable. He chuckled. You've developed a tongue. I've always had one. You just weren't important enough to hear it. A woman nearby coughed into her champagne. Seraphina's eyes flickered with unmistakable delight. Adrian's smile thinned. I hope Seraphina hasn't filled your head with fantasies. She can be dramatic. I looked at her, then back at him. Yes, throwing champagne at you was theatrical. A pause, but accurate. The air sharpened. Adrian stepped closer. You should be careful, Julian. You're marrying into a family far more complicated than yours. I'm aware. Are you? Seraphina gets bored easily. She chases what glitters. Today it's you, tomorrow. He let the implication hang. A month ago, it might have landed. A month ago, I might have wondered if I was simply another pawn in a game I did not understand. Now I saw Seraphina's hand tighten around her clutch. Not from guilt. From restraint. She was letting me answer. So I did. Tomorrow she'll still be richer than you, smarter than you, and unfortunately for your ego, no longer interested in you. Someone made a small choking sound. Adrian's eyes went dead. There he was, the man beneath the prince. You think you've won something? He asked softly. No. I smiled. I think you lost something, and still don't understand it was never yours. For 1 second, I thought he might hit me. He didn't. Men like Adrian rarely dirtied their hands in rooms with cameras. Instead, he leaned in. You have no idea what she is. I met his eyes. No, I said, but I'm learning what you are. That landed. I saw it. A tiny flinch behind his polished expression. Then Seraphina stepped forward. Her voice was sweet enough to poison tea. Adrian, before you embarrass yourself further, you may want to check your phone. His gaze moved to her. What did you do? She smiled. Very little. His phone buzzed. Then buzzed again. Then again. Around us, other phones began lighting up. A murmur spread through the gala. Adrian looked down. The color drained from his face. I did not need to see the headline to know Seraphina had fired the first shot. But she showed me anyway. She tilted her phone toward me. Vale Capital Fund under review after undisclosed risk exposure allegations. Adrian looked up slowly. At Seraphina. Then at me. For the first time since I had known him, the golden boy looked afraid. Not destroyed. Not yet. But afraid. Seraphina slipped her hand into mine. Her fingers were warm. Steady. Possessive. This time, I did not pull away. She leaned close, her lips barely moving. Do you see? She whispered. Across the room, Adrian Vale stood frozen beneath the gold ceiling as the first cracks opened beneath his throne. I looked at Seraphina. At the woman who had once ruined me. At the woman who had come back sharpened by regret and armed with memory. At the villainess trying in her own terrifying way to become my salvation. Yes, I said quietly. I see. And that was the moment I understood. Seraphina Ashford had not stopped being dangerous because she loved me. She had become dangerous in my direction. And God help me, I was beginning to like standing beside her when she aimed. The headline spread through the gala like smoke. At first, people pretended not to notice. That was the thing about rooms full of billionaires, heirs, political donors, and private equity vultures. Panic never arrived as a scream. It arrived as a sudden interest in phones, a lowered voice, a smile held half a second too long, a spouse touching an elbow, a banker stepping into the hallway to make a call. Within 3 minutes, the Meridian Foundation Gala had stopped being a charity event and become a battlefield. And Adrian Vale was bleeding in the center of it. He stood beneath the museum's golden ceiling, one hand wrapped around his phone, his face carved from ice. The model on his arm whispered something to him. He did not answer. His eyes were fixed on Seraphina. If hatred could be photographed, every magazine in the city would have had its cover by morning. Seraphina stood beside me, calm as winter. Her hand remained in mine. That was the part that unsettled me most. Not the headline. Not Adrian's fear. Not the way the city's elite had begun calculating whether Vale Capital was still safe to flatter. Her hand. Warm, small, steady. As if destroying a prince in public was less important than whether I would pull away. I didn't. Another mistake. Or maybe by then I had stopped keeping count. Adrian finally moved. He slipped his phone into his pocket with slow precision and smiled. It was a magnificent smile. Expensive, controlled, empty. "Seraphina," he said softly, "you should be careful with games you don't understand." She tilted her head. "I understand this one perfectly." "No," his gaze moved to me. "You understand revenge. That is not the same as strategy." Seraphina's fingers tightened around mine. "Only slightly." A month ago, she would have drawn blood in response to that insult. Not literally, maybe. Probably not literally. But someone's career would have ended before dessert. Tonight, she simply smiled. "I learned strategy from you," she said. "That was my first mistake." Adrian's jaw flexed. Around us, the crowd pretended to drift away while somehow moving closer. I had never appreciated the athletic ability of rich people to eavesdrop without appearing to eavesdrop. Adrian stepped toward her. I stepped forward before I thought. His eyes flicked to me. There was amusement there now. "Careful, Halewood," he said. "You don't want to stand between two people with history." I smiled. "Funny, that's exactly where I've been standing since the engagement banquet." Something dangerous flashed across his face. Seraphina turned to look at me. Just for a second. But in that second, the entire room disappeared. There was wonder in her expression. Not surprise. Wonder. As if I had done something impossible by choosing, in public, to stand on her side. Then she turned back to Adrian, and the softness vanished. "Leave," she said. Adrian laughed once. "You think you can dismiss me?" "I know I can. You leak one story and think you've won." "No," Seraphina said. "The story was not the victory, it was the invitation." Adrian's smile thinned. "To what?" "To the part where everyone you've ever frightened begins wondering if you are still worth fearing." For the first time, Adrian said nothing. That was when I understood the elegance of what she had done. She hadn't attacked his money first. She had attacked his inevitability. Men like Adrian Vale did not rule because they had the most cash in the room. They ruled because people believed their victory was unavoidable. They borrowed against reputation, threatened with future dominance, collected loyalty from cowards who wanted to be early on the winning side. Seraphina had not destroyed him. She had made the room consider the possibility that he could be destroyed. And in our world, that was the first real wound. Adrian leaned closer, lowering his voice so only the three of us could hear. "You always were impulsive, Sera." Her face went utterly still. I felt her hand tremble once. "Not from fear. From memory." "Do not call me that." He smiled. "There she is." His gaze slid over her face, intimate in a way that made my skin crawl. "You can dress this up as righteousness. You can parade your factory fiancé around like a moral awakening. But I know you. I know what you want." I moved before I realized I had decided. I stepped between them. Adrian's smile became almost pleased. "Touching." "No," I said, "necessary." His eyes cooled. "Do you think she loves you?" The question landed badly. Not because I doubted Seraphina's obsession. That was obvious. It surrounded me like weather. But love. That was messier. Love did not usually arrive with surveillance files and preemptive corporate executions. Adrian saw the hesitation. Of course he did. Predators smelled uncertainty. "She doesn't love people," he said softly. "She consumes them. You're useful now because she needs a replacement obsession. That's all." Behind me, Seraphina went very quiet. I did not look back. I kept my eyes on Adrian. "You're wrong." His brow lifted. "Am I?" "Yes." "And how would you know?" I should have said something clever. Something cutting. something worthy of the audience pretending not to listen. Instead, I told the truth. Because when she hurts people, she does it facing them. Adrian blinked. When you hurt people, I continued, you convince them to thank you for holding the knife. The silence around us changed. A few nearby guests stopped pretending. Seraphina's hand found the back of my jacket. Not gripping, just touching. Adrian's expression did not break, but his eyes did. There it was again. That flicker. The moment he realized I was not as easy to move as he expected. You'll regret this, he said. I shrugged. I've been regretting things since I met her. You'll need to be more specific. For half a second, Seraphina made a sound behind me. Not quite a laugh. Not quite a sob. Adrian heard it. His face hardened. Then his phone buzzed again. He checked it. Whatever he saw made the last trace of charm vanish. He looked at Seraphina. This isn't over. No, she said, it's finally beginning. Adrian turned and walked away. The model followed after a brief hesitation, not because she wanted to, because everyone in the room was watching, and abandoning a wounded prince required more courage than most people had. The crowd exhaled. Music resumed, though I had not noticed it stopping. A waiter passed with champagne, saw our faces, and wisely kept walking. Seraphina still had her hand on my jacket. I turned. She was looking at me with an expression I did not know how to survive. You defended me, she whispered. I defended myself too. No, her voice was soft. You defended me. I glanced around. Don't make it weird. Her mouth curved. You stood between me and Adrian. He was annoying me. You called me better than him. I implied he was worse than you. There's a difference. You chose my side. Seraphina. Yes. You're doing the thing where you turn basic decency into a religious experience. Her eyes shone. I don't have much experience with basic decency. That shut me up. She looked away first, which I was beginning to learn meant she had revealed too much. A photographer approached us, smiling with professional desperation. Miss Ashford, Mr. Halewood, could we get one photo? No, I said automatically. Yes, Seraphina said at the same time. I looked at her. She looked at me. The photographer froze, sensing danger. Seraphina smiled sweetly. One photo. No. Julian. You want a public image of unity. Yes. You want Adrian to see it. Also yes. You could just say that. I did. No, you tried to weaponize a photographer. Her smile widened. I like when you understand me. God help me, I almost smiled back. Fine, I said. The photographer nearly wept with relief. Seraphina stepped closer. Too close. Her hand slid around my arm, elegant and practiced. The cameras flashed. She tilted her face toward me, not enough for a kiss, not enough for scandal, just enough for implication. To the outside world, we looked like a couple. A beautiful heiress and the industrial heir she had chosen over the city's golden boy. A merger made romantic. A scandal made marketable. But I could feel her pulse through her glove. Vast. Uneven. Human. After the photo, the photographer disappeared. Seraphina did not let go. You can release me now, I said. I can. Seraphina. I'm savoring victory. You won a headline, not a war. Her eyes lifted to mine. I wasn't talking about Adrian. The words hit too close. I stepped back. This time she let me. but the smile remained. Small, triumphant, dangerous. The next morning, our photo was everywhere. Not front page exactly. Corporate society did not do front pages unless someone died, got arrested, or bought a senator too openly. But business gossip adored us. ASHFORD heiress and HALEWOD fiancée, present united front as Vale Capital. Faces scrutiny. SERAPHNA, ASHFORDS new alliance SHAKES old money circles. Has Adrian Vale lost his golden touch? My mother sent me 7 screenshots before breakfast. My father sent one text. Good posture finally. Seraphina sent nothing. That worried me. By noon, I understood why. She was busy. Vale Capital's alleged risk exposure story had not died overnight. It had grown teeth. A financial watchdog blog published an analysis. Then a former employee anonymously confirmed internal concerns. Then a pension fund requested clarification. Then 2 institutional investors postponed commitments. None of it was fatal. All of it was humiliating. Adrian responded by doing exactly what Seraphina predicted. He smiled publicly. Privately, he began looking for someone to punish. By 3, Daniel knocked on my office door and entered with the expression of a man who had discovered adulthood was a scam. Mr. Halewood. What happened? Miss Ashford is in the lobby. I looked up. Why do you look like that? She brought lawyers. How many? Enough that security asked if we were being acquired. I stood. What? And flowers. I paused. Flowers? Yes, sir. For whom? For Mrs. Halewood. My mother. Yes. I closed my eyes. Of course. When I reached the lobby, Seraphina stood in the center of it like she had been placed there by an expensive and threatening god. Black suit, white blouse, hair pulled back, diamond pins at her ears. Beside her were 4 attorneys, 2 assistants, and a floral arrangement large enough to have its own weather system. Our employees were pretending to work while staring openly. Seraphina saw me and smiled. Not her public smile. The other one. The one that made me feel like I had walked into a room and accidentally become the sun. Julian. Seraphina. You didn't answer my morning message. You didn't send one. I wrote one. That is not the same thing. I deleted it. Why? It sounded needy. I stared at her. Behind her, one of the attorneys looked at the floor with the intense focus of a man paid not to react. What did it say? She lifted her chin. Nothing important. One of her assistants coughed. Seraphina's eyes slid sideways. The assistant paled. I folded my arms. What did it say? Seraphina looked annoyed, which was much easier to handle than vulnerable. It said, "Good morning, I saw the news. You looked handsome in the photograph. I hope you ate breakfast and I missed you." The lobby became silent enough to hear the elevator doors open behind me. I stared at her. She stared back defiantly, as if daring me to mock her. I should have. Instead, I said, I had coffee. Her eyes narrowed. That's not breakfast. No. You skipped breakfast. Technically. Her entire expression changed. The affectionate woman vanished. The commander appeared. Daniel. Daniel, poor doomed Daniel, straightened so fast I worried for his spine. Yes, Miss Ashford. Does he often skip meals? I pointed at him. Don't answer that. Daniel looked between us. A man choosing between loyalty and survival. Survival 1. Sometimes, ma'am. Daniel. Sorry, sir. Seraphina turned to one assistant. Arrange meal delivery for this office twice daily. No, I said. Yes, Seraphina said. This is my company. And yet you cannot manage breakfast. The attorneys remained expressionless. Our receptionist looked like she was enjoying the best day of her life. I leaned closer and lowered my voice. You cannot invade my lobby with lawyers and lunch because I didn't eat toast. Seraphina looked up at me. I can if I phrase it as operational support. That is the most terrifying sentence anyone has ever said about brunch. Her lips twitched. Then she gestured to the lead attorney. Fine business first. The attorney handed me a folder. I opened it. A joint venture agreement. Ashford Group and Halewood Steelworks. Emergency capital line. Supplier protection package. Legal defense fund. Public relations coordination. All structured cleanly. No hidden conversion clause. No operational control trigger. No poison pill. I looked at Seraphina. What is this? A shield. That sounds dramatic. It is accurate. I flipped through the pages. This is too generous. No. Yes. It benefits Ashford too. Not this much. She leaned in. Her perfume was subtle, expensive, dangerous because it was becoming familiar. Adrian is going to escalate, she said quietly. He will not stop at business pressure. He will go after reputation, family, personal history. He will dig through everyone near you looking for leverage. Near me? Yes. That includes you. Her smile was cold. He already knows my sins. Do I? The question slipped out before I could stop it. Her face changed. Just slightly. The lobby disappeared again. No, she said, not all of them. I looked down at the contract. Is this another gift? No. Seraphina. It's a partnership. You don't do partnerships. I'm trying. That word again. Trying. It did far too much work. I closed the folder. My father needs to review it. Of course. And our lawyers. Obviously. And if there's anything inside that turns me into your dependent, Julian. What? She looked offended. Genuinely. If I wanted you dependent, I wouldn't hide it in a contract. One of the attorneys inhaled sharply. I stared. That was not reassuring. It was honest. Also not reassuring. She smiled. Then her expression softened. I want you beside me, remember. I did remember. That was the problem. I remembered too clearly. Before I could answer, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen. The warmth disappeared. Speak, she said. A voice on the other end said something I could not hear. Seraphina's eyes sharpened. When? Another pause. Who authorized it? Pause. No, do nothing. Send me everything. She ended the call. What happened? I asked. She looked at me. Adrian found Clara. My stomach dropped. I called Clara 3 times. No answer. By the 4th call, Seraphina was already moving. Her lawyers scattered like trained birds. One assistant made calls. Another opened a laptop while walking. Daniel wisely got out of the way. What does found Clara mean? I demanded. Seraphina strode toward the elevators. He is pressuring her firm. Why? To isolate you. The elevator opened. We stepped in. Her security tried to follow. She lifted one hand. They stopped. The doors closed. For the first time all day, we were alone. The elevator began, rising to the executive floor. What did he do? I asked. Seraphina's reflection in the mirrored wall looked colder than the woman beside me. Vale Capital has ties to two of Clara's largest clients. Both called her firm within the last hour, questioning her judgment for associating with Halewood. That's it. No. Of course not. He also arranged for an old internal complaint to resurface. What complaint? A campaign mistake. 2 years ago, she told you. I remembered Clara's frightened voice. A mistake that never became public. Yes. It will become public by evening unless stopped. I swore. Seraphina watched me through the reflection. You care about her. She's my friend. I know. There was no jealousy in her voice this time. Only focus. Maybe even shame. Can you stop it? I asked. Yes. How? Several ways. Legal ways. She hesitated. I turned. Seraphina. Her jaw tightened. The cleanest way is to offer her firm protection through Ashford accounts, then threaten litigation against anyone publishing leaked internal material. And the less clean ways. Her eyes met mine in the mirror. You don't want those. No, I don't. The elevator doors opened. We stepped into my floor. Then do it clean. I already am. That stopped me. She glanced at her phone. Clara's managing partner is receiving the offer now. You did it before asking me. Yes. I should have been angry. I was angry. But under the anger was something worse. Relief. Seraphina saw it. Of course she did. Her eyes softened in that way that made me want to step back and step closer at the same time. I promised not to threaten Clara, she said. I did not promise not to protect her. Because she matters to me. Yes. And that no longer makes you want to destroy her. Her mouth tightened. It still does. Honest. Always too honest at the worst possible moments. But I won't, she added, because you asked me not to. There it was. The shape of the cage and the key. She would restrain herself. For me. Not because the act was wrong. Not because Clara deserved autonomy. Not because normal human morality had finally breached the walls of Seraphina Ashford's mind. Because I asked. That should have horrified me. It did. But Clara called then, and horror had to wait. Jules, she said when I answered, her voice shook. What the hell is happening? I'm handling it. Your fiancé is handling it. I looked at Seraphina. She stood by the window, already typing. She's helping. She just offered my firm 2 Ashford accounts worth more than our entire annual billing. That sounds like her. And sent a legal memo that made our general counsel whisper, "Oh, thank God." That also sounds like her. Clara laughed weakly. I don't know whether to be grateful or terrified. Both is safest. Jules. Yeah. Adrian Vale called me personally. My grip tightened. Seraphina looked up immediately. What did he say? That I should consider whether my loyalty to an old college boyfriend was worth my career. Seraphina's expression became still. So still I felt the room change around her. And what did you say? I asked. I told him I was billing by the hour and he couldn't afford me. Despite everything, I laughed. Seraphina's mouth curved faintly. Good, I said. But Jules. Yeah. He doesn't sound like a man trying to win a business dispute. I looked at Seraphina. She was no longer smiling. No, I said, he is. After Clara hung up, Seraphina made 3 more calls. One to her legal team. One to Ashford's communications director. One to someone she called Aunt Helena, whose voice became audible only once through the speaker. Do you need him buried or merely embarrassed? Seraphina glanced at me. Embarrassed. A pause. How disappointing. The call ended. I stared. Aunt Helena. My father's sister. Is she in business? Philanthropy. That woman did not sound philanthropic. She is passionate about outcomes. I sank into my chair. This family explains so much about you. Seraphina looked almost proud. Thank you. It wasn't praise. I'm taking it anyway. By evening, the Clara situation was neutralized. Her firm released a statement about continued client confidence. The leaked complaint never appeared. 2 journalists who had been sniffing around suddenly became interested in a different story involving Vale Capital's questionable pressure tactics. Adrian's attack had failed. Cleanly. Mostly. I did not ask about the mostly. Some doors were better left closed, especially when Seraphina stood behind them with a match. That night, I found her in my office long after everyone else had left. The lights were low. The city glowed beyond the windows. She stood by my bookshelf holding an old framed photo. Me at 22. My father beside me. Both of us wearing hard hats at the newly renovated furnace line. I looked younger, less tired, more certain that hard work and honesty were enough to protect a family business from men like Adrian Vale. Seraphina touched the edge of the frame. In the last life, she said quietly, this photo was on your desk when I came to see you after everything collapsed. I stopped near the door. She did not turn. I remember thinking you looked so happy in it. I hated you for that. Why? Because by then, I had forgotten what happiness looked like when it wasn't bought with someone else's attention. I said nothing. She set the frame down carefully. Adrian used to give me moments, she said. A smile at a party, a dance when people were watching, a phone call after ignoring me for weeks. He taught me to starve and then worship the crumbs. Her voice was flat. That made it worse. I thought that was love because it hurt. The office felt too quiet. I moved closer without deciding to. And now. She turned. Her eyes found mine. Now I know love is supposed to hurt other people before it lets them hurt you. I closed my eyes. Seraphina. I know, she sounded tired, wrong answer. At least you know. I'm learning. From who? You. The word landed too heavily. I laughed under my breath, but it came out rough. I am not qualified to be anyone's moral compass. No, she said, but you are annoyingly decent. Annoyingly. Yes, it complicates my instincts. Your instincts need complication. They do. She looked down. For the first time, I noticed the faint tremor in her hand. Not fear. Exhaustion. When did you last sleep? I asked. She blinked. What? Sleep, the thing human beings do when they aren't dismantling empires. I slept. When? Recently. That's not an answer. She looked irritated. Last night. How many hours? A pause. 2. Seraphina. I had work. You had revenge. Same calendar category. I took the phone from her hand. She stared at me. It was a dangerous thing to do. taking something from Seraphina Ashford. But she let me. I placed it face down on my desk. You're going home. No. Yes. Adrian can wait 6 hours. He won't. Then let him make mistakes while you rest. That gave her pause. I pressed the advantage. You told me underestimated people are dangerous. Try underestimating him for a nap. Her lips parted. Then slowly she smiled. You're manipulating me with my own logic. Is it working? Unfortunately. Good. She reached for the phone. I lifted it out of reach. Her eyes narrowed. Julian, you can have it back in the car. You're very brave when I'm tired. I'm brave because you're tired. At full strength, I'd be negotiating. She laughed softly, then swayed. Only a fraction. But enough. I caught her elbow. Her body went still beneath my hand. The air changed again. Not with danger this time. With something softer. Something I did not want to name. She looked down at where my hand held her. Then up at me. You touch me first. I released her immediately. That was medical. It counts. No, it doesn't. It does to me. I sighed. You are impossible. I was worse before. That silenced me. Her smile faded. I don't say that to excuse it. I know. I say it because sometimes I wake up and expect to still be her. Her. The woman who crawled after Adrian until there was nothing left of her spine. The image was ugly. Too ugly for a woman standing in a designer suit beneath skyline lights. She's dead, Seraphina said, but sometimes I feel her hands inside mine. I didn't know what to do with that. Comfort was dangerous. Distance felt cruel. So I chose something in between. Go home, I said. Sleep. Tomorrow you can continue being terrifying. Her eyes searched my face. Will you call me? Yes. When? When I get home. Promise. Yes. The word left my mouth too easily. Her expression softened with such naked relief that it made my chest ache. Okay, she whispered. I walked her to the elevator. Her security detail emerged from nowhere, because apparently the shadows worked for her. Before she stepped inside, she turned back. Julian. What? Thank you for protecting Clara. I thought you protected Clara. I did, her smile was faint, but you protected me from becoming someone you hate. The elevator doors closed before I could answer. I stood there long after she was gone. Then I returned to my office and found my phone lit with a new message. From Adrian Vale. You have no idea what she did to me first. I stared at the words. The office seemed colder. A second message arrived. Ask your fiancé about the fire. There are sentences that do not make sense and still manage to open a door inside your skull. Ask your fiancé about the fire. I read it again. And again. Then I did the one thing I had promised Seraphina I would do. I called her. She answered on the first ring. Julian. Her voice was softer than usual. Sleepy already. Trusting. The sound made what I had to ask feel like betrayal. What fire, I said. Silence. Not confusion. Recognition. The kind of silence that told me Adrian had not lied. Julian, she said carefully. What fire, Seraphina? Her breathing changed. I was going to tell you. That is never a good beginning. I know. I sat down slowly. Tell me now. For a long time, she said nothing. Then, in a voice stripped of every weapon she owned, Seraphina Ashford said, "In my last life, I burned down the first bridge between us." I closed my eyes. That is poetic, I need literal. It was literal, too. The city outside my window blurred into light. "Whose fire?" Her answer was barely audible. "Yours." My blood went cold. "What did you do?" She inhaled shakily. "The old Halewood warehouse on Pier 16, the one your father planned to convert into the new logistics center." I knew that warehouse. Of course I did. It was still standing now, empty, outdated, waiting for renovation funding. "In this life." "What happened?" I asked. "In the last life, Adrian wanted the waterfront site. Your father refused to sell. He said it belonged to Halewood history." My grip tightened around the phone. "Adrian asked me to help pressure him." "And you did?" "Yes." No excuse. No hesitation. Just the ugly truth. I arranged for inspectors, zoning complaints, insurance reviews. Nothing worked. Your father was stubborn." "He is." The faintest broken laugh from her side. "He was." My throat tightened. "Then," Adrian said, "if the building became a liability, your family would have to sell. He said no one would be hurt. He said it was just property." I already knew. I didn't want to. But I knew. "You set the fire." "No," her voice cracked. "I authorized the people who did." "That's a distinction without mercy." "I know." The room tilted. "When?" "3 weeks before your father's heart attack." I stood abruptly. Anger moved through me, so fast it was almost clean. "Was anyone inside?" Silence. "Seraphina." "One guard." I stopped breathing. "He survived," she said quickly, "but he was badly injured." I leaned over my desk, free hand pressed flat against the surface. "What was his name?" She answered immediately. "Thomas Greer." The name hit like a hammer. Tommy. Everyone at Halewood knew Tommy Greer. Night security, retired Marine, brought donuts every Friday, sent Christmas cards with pictures of his 3 dogs. He had once taught me how to throw a punch after I got mugged at 19. In this life, Tommy was still working nights. Still bringing donuts. Still alive and whole. I felt sick. "You knew him," I said. "Yes." "You knew he might be there." I told myself he wouldn't be. That's not the same as not knowing. "No." I laughed once. "Ugly. Hollow. God." "Julian, no, don't." She went silent. I could hear her breathing. Fast now. Panicked. But I had no room for her panic. Not with Tommy's face in my mind. Not with my father's warehouse in flames. Not with the image of Seraphina signing off on destruction because Adrian Vale wanted land. "You said you ruined me," I said. "Yes." "You didn't say you almost killed one of our people." Her voice broke. "I know. Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I was afraid." "Of what?" "That this would be the thing you couldn't look past." I stared at the phone. The honesty was unbearable. Because she was right. This was different. Corporate warfare was one thing, ruthless maneuvering, exposing criminals, crushing men who had already sharpened knives. But fire. A guard. Tommy. That was not strategy. That was sin. And maybe she had been trying to tell me that from the beginning. Maybe I had only heard the parts that made her useful. "I need time," I said. The silence that followed sounded like something dying. Julian, I said I need time. Please don't disappear. The words were small. Too small for her. I closed my eyes. I'm not disappearing. Promise. I almost said yes. But promises meant something to her. Too much. So I said, I'll call you tomorrow. That isn't a promise. It's what I can give. A shaky breath. Okay. I ended the call. Then I sat in my office until the city went blurry, and the lights in surrounding towers blinked out one by one. At midnight, I drove to Pier 16. The warehouse stood at the edge of the water, dark and silent, its brick walls stained by decades of salt air and neglect. The old Halewood sign still clung to the side, half-rusted but stubborn. Like my father. Like all of us. I parked outside the gate and sat there with the engine running. In another life, this place had burned. Because Seraphina had wanted Adrian's love. Because Adrian had wanted land. Because my family had been an obstacle. I got out. The night air smelled like river water and metal. I walked to the gate, gripped the cold bars, and looked through at the loading docks beyond. I tried to imagine flames. Smoke. Tommy trapped inside. My father getting the call. Seraphina hearing about it and telling herself it was too late to undo. I hated her then. For one clear, necessary moment, I hated her. Not the theatrical hatred of rivalry. Real hatred. The kind that made gratitude curdle. The kind that made every soft look, every returned watch, every saved contract feel contaminated. Then my phone buzzed. I expected Seraphina. It was my father. You awake? I called him. He answered immediately. Where are you? He asked. I looked at the warehouse. Pier 16. A pause. Why? I don't know. That was mostly true. My father exhaled slowly. Something happened. Yes. Business. No. Seraphina. I closed my eyes. My father was too perceptive when I least wanted him to be. Yeah. Want to talk? I didn't. But I heard myself ask, do you remember Tommy Greer? My father laughed. Of course, he brought apple fritters today. Why? I stared through the gate. Did we ever have safety issues at Pier 16? Not major ones. It's old, but we keep it inspected. Why are you asking? I swallowed. If someone hurt Halewood badly in the past, but stopped worse things from happening now, what would you do? My father was quiet for a long moment. That depends on whether they change because consequences forced them to, or because conscience did. I said nothing. He continued, voice lower. People like us Jules, we build things. Steel, payrolls, reputations, families. You learn fast that destruction is easy. Any fool with money can destroy. Building after destruction is harder. I looked at the warehouse. Can someone build enough to make up for what they burned? No. The answer was immediate. My chest tightened. Then he added, but they can spend the rest of their life building anyway. The river moved in the dark. My father sighed. You don't have to forgive someone just because they regret something. I know. But if they truly regret it, don't confuse forgiveness with permission. You can set terms. You can demand repair. You can decide what kind of person you'll be beside them. Beside them. There it was again. Dad. Yeah. Did you ever sell grandfather's watch willingly? He went quiet. No. Seraphina got it back. I know. Does that matter? Yes. Does it erase anything? No. I laughed under my breath. You're annoyingly wise tonight. I've been saving it up. After we hung up, I stayed at the gate another 20 minutes. Then I made a call. Not to Seraphina. To Tommy Greer. He answered on the fifth ring, voice rough with sleep. Mr. Halewood, everything okay? Tommy, sorry, I know it's late. S. Alright, you need me at the plant. No, I need to ask you something strange. Strange is above my pay grade, but go ahead. I stared at the warehouse. If you were offered early retirement with full benefits, a paid-off mortgage, and enough money to start that fishing charter you always talk about, would you take it? Silence. Then Tommy said, Am I dying? Despite everything, I laughed. No. Are you dying? No. Then why are you trying to get rid of me? I'm not, I rubbed my forehead. I think you deserve more than night shifts guarding old bricks. Tommy was quiet for a long time. My wife would say yes before you finished the sentence. And you? He sighed. I'd miss the place. I know. But a boat beats raccoons in the loading bay. I smiled faintly. Think about it. Mr. Halewood. Yeah. You sure everything's okay? I looked at the warehouse one last time. No, I said, but I'm working on it. The next morning, Seraphina was waiting outside my office. Not inside. Outside. That was how I knew she was terrified. She wore gray, no jewelry except small pearl earrings, her hair loose, no entourage, no lawyers, no assistants, no flowers large enough to threaten infrastructure. Just her. She stood when she saw me. Her eyes searched my face and found nothing she liked. You came, she said. This is my office. I meant, I know. Daniel looked between us and immediately decided he needed to be somewhere else. Smart man. I opened my office door. Inside. Seraphina followed. I closed the door. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then she said, I went to Pier 16 last night. My head snapped up. When? After you left. You followed me. No. I stared. I tracked your car. Seraphina. I know, she looked down, I know. The anger flared again. But it was tired now. Less fire, more ash. You promised you were trying. I am. Tracking my car isn't trying. It is for me. That is not the defense you think it is. No, she whispered, it's the truth. I sat behind my desk because I needed something between us. She remained standing. I didn't approach, she said. I saw you at the gate and left. How noble. She flinched. I hated that I noticed. I hated more that I cared. You should hate me, she said. I did for about 20 minutes. Her eyes lifted. And now I'm deciding whether to hate me longer, whether hating you helps anyone. She stood very still. I opened a folder on my desk and slid it toward her. She looked down. What is this? Tommy Greer's retirement package. Her face went pale. I continued. Full benefits, paid mortgage, a charter business fund, education trust for his granddaughter. He can accept, decline, or negotiate. Seraphina's hand trembled. You did this. I started it. She stared at the folder like it was a verdict. Then she looked at me. What do you want me to do? Pay for it. She blinked. That's all. No. I leaned back. You will also personally apologize to him. Her throat moved. He won't know why. No, but you will. A tear slipped down her cheek. She did not wipe it away. And Pier 16, I asked. What about it? You wanted to build beside me. Yes. Then build something there. Her lips parted. What? A safety training center for industrial workers, fire prevention, emergency response, scholarships for families of injured employees. She covered her mouth with one hand. I kept going because if I stopped, I might soften too soon. You will fund it, Ashford and Halewood jointly. Tommy's name goes on the first training wing if he agrees. Seraphina's eyes overflowed. Julian, this does not erase what happened. I know. It does not make me forgive you. I know. It does not give you permission to decide people can be sacrificed because you regret it later. I know. Do you? Yes. The word broke. She lowered herself into the chair across from me, as if her legs had failed. I see him sometimes, she whispered. Tommy. She nodded. In dreams, smoke on his face, his hand against the warehouse door. I didn't know him then, not really. He was just collateral in a story I told myself was about love. She looked at the folder. I used to think becoming Adrian's wife would make all the ugly things meaningful. Her laugh was hollow. It just made them uglier. I looked at her. Really looked. The ruthless heiress, the reborn villainess, the woman who could topple companies with a phone call and tremble before one injured guard's name. Why did Adrian tell me? I asked. Her expression shifted. Pain became calculation. Because he knows guilt is the only weapon that still works on me. And on me. Her eyes met mine. Because he knows you are decent enough to care. I hated that Adrian had seen that. I hated more that he was right. Seraphina reached for the folder, then stopped. May I? I nodded. She pulled it toward her with both hands, like accepting something sacred. I'll do it, she said, all of it, more if you want. I don't want more, I want real. She nodded. Real. A silence settled. Not comfortable, but honest. Then she said, do you still want to marry me? There it was. The question she had been bleeding toward since she arrived. The contract still existed. The merger still needed us. Our families were bound in negotiations, public image, shared enemies, and Seraphina's increasingly terrifying devotion. But that was not what she was asking. I looked at her. I don't know. She closed her eyes. A single tear fell. Okay. The lack of protest hurt worse than pleading would have. I'm not canceling it today, I said. Her eyes opened. Hope sparked so fiercely, it almost made me look away. Today. That's what I said. She nodded quickly. I can work with today. Of course she could. Seraphina Ashford could turn one day into an empire if she had enough leverage and no sleep. I sighed. But there are rules. Her posture straightened. Tell me. No tracking my car. Pain crossed her face like I had asked her to step off a roof. Seraphina. I heard you. No threatening my friends, employees, or anyone who smiles at me. Her mouth tightened. I will try. No, you will do it. She swallowed. I will do it. No secret attacks unless there is immediate danger. Define immediate. Seraphina. Fine. And if Adrian sends me something about your past, you tell me the truth, all of it. Her face went pale again. All of it may make you leave. Then earn me staying by not lying. She stared at me for a long time. then nodded. Okay. I believed her. Not because she was suddenly good. Not because love had cured obsession. Because Seraphina Ashford, for all her madness, treated promises to me like laws of physics. That was comforting. And deeply alarming. She stood. I'll arrange the retirement package and the center. Good. And I'll stop tracking your car. Good. A pause. May I ask where you are going when I'm worried? No. Her face fell. I sighed. You may ask if I'm safe. She brightened slightly. And will you answer? Yes. Honestly. Yes. She considered this like a hostile treaty. Acceptable. I almost smiled. Then she moved toward the door. Before opening it, she turned back. Julian. What? Thank you for giving me something to build. My chest tightened. Don't waste it. Her expression became solemn. I won't. The door closed behind her. I sat alone for a moment, staring at the city beyond the glass. Then my phone buzzed. A message from Adrian. She told you, didn't she? I stared at it. Another message followed. Good, now ask her what happened the night you died. My hand tightened around the phone. For 1 second, I considered throwing it across the room. Instead, I typed back. No. The typing bubble appeared almost immediately. No. I looked toward the door Seraphina had just walked through. The woman who had burned my warehouse in another life. The woman who had returned my father's watch. The woman who terrified me. The woman who was trying. I typed. If I want the truth, I'll get it from her, not from the man who taught her how to lie. I hit send. Adrian did not reply. But 5 minutes later, Seraphina did. Adrian just broke a glass in his office. I stared at the message, then slowly looked toward the ceiling. She sent another. I know, no spying. This was from a public hallway camera, technically not yours. A third message followed. I am trying. Against my will, I laughed. Then I replied. Try harder. Her response came instantly. For you always. I should have been worried by how quickly my anger softened. I was. But not enough. That afternoon, the war changed. Adrian had failed to isolate Clara, failed to trap our suppliers, failed to make me doubt Seraphina enough to break the alliance. So he stopped attacking the edges. He went for the heart. At 4:17 p.m., every major business outlet in the city received an anonymous packet. Photos, financial records, old emails, edited recordings. The headline formed before the first article even posted. Seraphina Ashford linked to corporate sabotage, blackmail, and illegal market manipulation. By 5, Ashford stock dipped. By 6, the board requested an emergency meeting. By 7, Seraphina's father called me personally. Conrad Ashford was not a warm man. He had the voice of someone who considered emotion a clerical inefficiency. Julian, he said, are you with my daughter? No. Find her. I stood. What happened? She dismissed her security, left Ashford Tower, and is not answering her phone. My blood went cold. Why? A pause. When Conrad spoke again, the steel in his voice had cracked. Because Adrian sent her one more thing that was not included in the media packet. What? I don't know, but whatever it was, it made my daughter look afraid. Seraphina. Afraid. The two words did not belong together. I called her. No answer. Again. No answer. Again. Nothing. I grabbed my keys and ran. Daniel stood from his desk. Mr. Halewood. Cancel everything. Is Miss Ashford? I don't know. That was the worst part. I didn't know. I drove too fast through traffic, calling her over and over. No answer. My mind supplied images I did not want. Seraphina alone. Seraphina cornered. Seraphina returning to some place from her last life, where memory and guilt had finally become too heavy. Then my phone buzzed. A location pin. From Seraphina. No message. Just a location. Pier 16. I nearly ran a red light. By the time I reached the warehouse, rain had started. Not a storm. A cold, steady rain that slicked the pavement and turned the river black. Her car was parked outside the gate. Empty. The gate was open. I ran inside. Seraphina. My voice echoed through the yard. No answer. The warehouse door stood ajar. Inside, the building smelled of dust, rust, and old wood. Rain tapped through holes in the roof. I moved through the dark, phone flashlight cutting across crates, beams peeling paint. Then I saw her. She stood in the center of the main floor, looking up at the ceiling. Soaked from rain. Motionless. In her hand was a photograph. Seraphina. She did not turn. I approached slowly. What are you doing here? Her voice was distant. This is where it started. The fire. She nodded. I stopped a few feet away. What did Adrian send you? She lifted the photograph. I took it. The image was grainy. A security still from another life that should not exist. Except maybe it did. Maybe Adrian had fabricated it. Maybe Seraphina had kept it. Maybe the universe was crueler than I wanted to believe. The photo showed the warehouse burning. Flames devouring the loading dock. Smoke climbing into the night. In the corner of the frame, a man was on the ground. Tommy. My stomach turned. On the back, Adrian had written one line. You can change the timeline, Sera. You cannot change what you are. I looked at her. Her face was empty. That frightened me more than tears. He's right, she said. No. She laughed softly. Don't comfort me with lies. I know what I am. You were. Her eyes moved to mine. Do you think grammar saves anyone? It saves no one, but it matters. She looked back at the ceiling. I came here because I thought if I stood where it happened, I could feel something useful. Guilt. Resolve, punishment. Her voice thinned. But all I can think is that Adrian knows exactly where to cut. He sent that to make you spiral. It worked. Yes. That made her look at me again. I stepped closer. But you sent me your location. Her lips trembled. I almost didn't. But you did. I wanted you to come. I'm here. Her face crumpled. Not beautifully. Not dramatically. Completely. She covered her mouth with both hands, but the sound broke through anyway. I had seen Seraphina cry before. On porches, in offices, over memories. This was different. This was a person collapsing beneath the weight of all the lives she had ruined, and all the futures she had clawed back from ruin. I should have kept distance. I didn't. I pulled her into my arms. She froze. Then shattered. Her hands gripped my coat with desperate strength. Her face pressed against my chest. Rainwater soaked through fabric. She shook like someone who had held herself together across lifetimes and finally discovered she did not have to do it standing. "I'm sorry," she said, over and over. "Not polished. Not strategic. Not enough. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." I held her. Not because forgiveness had arrived. It hadn't. Not because she deserved comfort. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. But because she had sent me her location, instead of disappearing into the dark. Because she was trying. Because my father was right. Building after destruction was harder. And this somehow felt like the first brick. After a while, her breathing slowed. She did not let go. Neither did I. "Julian," she whispered. "What? If you leave after this, I won't stop you." I looked down at her. Her eyes were red. Her face pale. Her hands still clutching my coat, like letting go would drop her back into hell. "That's new," I said. A broken laugh escaped her. "I hate it. I know. I want to lock every door. I know. I want to put guards around you, and cameras above you, and my name on everything you touch." Disturbingly specific. "I told you, I'm honest with you." Despite everything, I almost laughed. She looked up. "But I won't." The rain tapped above us. "Why?" I asked. She swallowed. "Because if I have to cage you to keep you, then Adrian was right about what I am." I stared at her. Something shifted. Quietly. Not love. Not yet. But something dangerous in a different way. Respect. "You understand that now?" I asked. "I'm beginning to." "Good." She closed her eyes. "I hate growth." This time I did laugh. A small sound. But real. Her eyes opened at once, latching onto it like warmth. The moment stretched. Then my phone rang. I checked the screen. "Clara." I answered. "Jules," she said, "tell me you're with Seraphina." "I am." "Good, because the anonymous packet just hit." "I know." "No, you don't, it's bad." Seraphina pulled away slightly, wiping her face. "How bad?" I asked. "Bad enough that Ashford's board may move against her tonight." Seraphina's expression sharpened. The commander returning through the wreckage. Clara continued, "And Adrian is calling for an investigation. Publicly. He's positioning himself as the responsible party concerned about market integrity." I looked at Seraphina. Rain dripped from her hair. Her eyes changed. Not into the old madness. Not exactly. Into focus. "What does he want?" I asked. Clara exhaled. "To force her out before she can retaliate." Seraphina held out her hand for the phone. I hesitated. Then gave it to her. "Clara," she said. A pause. Then Clara replied, audible even from where I stood. "Seraphina, I need you to do something for me." "If it's illegal, no." Seraphina blinked. Then glanced at me. "I'm learning," she said dryly. Despite the situation, Clara snorted. "What do you need?" "Delay the narrative. Don't deny everything. Say Ashford welcomes a full review and will release verified records within 24 hours. That buys time but doesn't solve the board." "I'll solve the board." "Legally." Seraphina looked deeply offended. "Julian," she mouthed silently, as if Clara were being unreasonable. I raised an eyebrow. She sighed. "Legally," she said into the phone. "Good," Clara replied. "I'll draft the statement." Seraphina ended the call and handed the phone back. For a moment, We stood in the burned ghost of a place that had not burned in this life. Then she said, "I have to go." "Yes. My board will try to suspend me." "Can they?" "If my father lets them." "Will he?" Her smile was faint. "My father loves me in the emotionally repressed way of men who think trust funds count as affection." That didn't answer. "No, he won't, but he'll demand I prove I can contain the damage." "And can you?" She looked at the photograph still in my hand. Then at me. "Yes." "How?" Her eyes hardened. "Adrian thinks exposing my sins makes me weaker." "Doesn't it?" "It did." She took the photograph from me and folded it once. Then again. Then tucked it into her pocket. But he forgot something. "What?" Seraphina Ashford smiled. Rain-soaked, pale, shaken. Terrifying. I know his too. By 9 o'clock, Ashford Tower was under siege. Reporters crowded the entrance. Board members arrived through private access. Stock analysts screamed on television screens in the lobby. Social media had already convicted Seraphina of crimes she had committed, crimes she had prevented, and crimes that sounded like they had been invented by people who learned finance from crime dramas. I followed her through the private elevator. She had changed in the car. Not clothes exactly, there had been no time. But armor. Hair pinned back, makeup repaired, wet coat replaced by one her assistant produced like a magician drawing a sword. By the time the elevator reached the top floor, the crying woman from Pier 16 was gone. In her place stood Seraphina Ashford. Villainess. Heiress. Weapon. My fiancée. The boardroom doors opened. 12 people sat around the long black table. Conrad Ashford at the head. Adrian Vale on the screen. Of course. Remote attendance. A coward's throne. His face appeared larger than life, perfectly lit, expression grave with manufactured concern. "Seraphina," he said, "I'm glad you're safe." I felt her hand brush mine. Only once. Then she stepped forward. "Adrian," she said, "I'm glad you're still stupid." The boardroom went silent. Conrad closed his eyes briefly, like a man praying for patience and receiving none. Adrian's smile tightened. "This is not the time for theatrics." "You're right." Seraphina walked to the table and placed one slim folder in front of her father. "Let us be efficient." A board member named Whitcomb cleared his throat. "Miss Ashford, the allegations are serious." "Yes." "We need to consider temporary suspension pending review." "No." Another board member frowned. "No. No." Seraphina rested both hands on the table. "You will not suspend me tonight. You will not issue a statement distancing the company from me. You will not give Adrian Vale the pleasure of watching Ashford flinch because he leaked a packet of half-truths, old sins, and creative fiction." Whitcomb reddened. "The market. The market smells fear. If you show it fear, it eats you. If you show it records, structure, and a target, it calms down and waits to see who dies first." A long silence. I saw several board members remember why they feared her. Conrad opened the folder. His expression did not change. But his fingers paused. "What is this?" he asked. Seraphina looked at Adrian's screen. "The reason Mr. Vale is attending remotely." Adrian's eyes narrowed. Seraphina lifted a remote and activated the room display. A map appeared. Offshore accounts. Shell companies. Private credit vehicles. Political donations routed through nonprofits. Real estate holdings under relatives' names. I heard one board member whisper, "Dear God." Seraphina's voice was calm. Adrian Vale has spent 7 years building a shadow structure beneath Vale Capital. Some of it is aggressive. Some of it is unethical. Some is very illegal. Adrian laughed. This is desperate. No, she said. Desperate was sending me a photograph of a fire and hoping I would break before the meeting. The board shifted. Conrad's eyes snapped to his daughter. She did not look at him. She looked only at Adrian. You taught me shame was useful, she said. You were right, but only if the person carrying it is still alone. Adrian's gaze moved to me. For 1 second his mask cracked. He understood then. I had seen the fire. I had not left. Seraphina smiled. It was not sweet. It was victorious. You miscalculated. Adrian leaned forward. You don't want to do this. I have wanted to do this across lifetimes. Again with that nonsense. She ignored him. Ladies and gentlemen, she said to the board, within the hour, credible documents will reach regulatory authorities, selected journalists, and 3 investors Adrian cannot afford to lose. But Ashford Group has a choice tonight. She turned. Do we act like prey, or do we act like the knife? No one spoke. Conrad closed the folder. Then he looked at his daughter. For the first time since I had known him, Conrad Ashford smiled. Barely. Proceed. Adrian stood on the screen. You arrogant, Seraphina cut the feed. His face vanished. The room exhaled. Then every board member began talking at once. Seraphina did not raise her voice. She did not need to. She assigned tasks like a general after the first cannon shot: legal response, investor communication, media discipline, regulatory cooperation, internal audit, counter-disclosure. No panic. No wasted motion. No cruelty without purpose. I stood near the wall and watched her reclaim the room. Not with obsession. Not with fear. With competence so absolute it looked like destiny. At 11:42, Clara's statement went live. At midnight, Ashford Group announced a voluntary internal review and full cooperation with relevant authorities. At 12:08, 3 reporters published stories questioning Adrian Vale's role in the leaks. At 12:19, the first thread on Vale Capital's shadow structures appeared. At 12:31, Adrian called me. I stared at his name. Seraphina stood across the room, speaking to her father. I answered. Julian, Adrian said. He sounded calm. Too calm. What do you want? You think standing with her makes you noble. No. You think she told you everything. No. A pause. That answer bothered him. Good. She'll destroy you, he said. Maybe. She doesn't know how to love without owning. I looked at Seraphina. She was listening to a board member, expression sharp, tired, alive. She's learning. Adrian laughed. You poor idiot. Maybe. You'll end up in a cage. I thought of Seraphina in the warehouse, shaking in my arms, whispering that she wanted to lock every door but wouldn't. I thought of my father's watch, Tommy's retirement package, Clara's saved career, the fire, the sins, the trying. Maybe, I said again, but at least I'll know who built it. Silence. Then Adrian's voice dropped. I killed you once. The world stopped. My grip tightened around the phone. There it was. Not from Seraphina. Not from memory. From him. A confession wrapped in arrogance. What did you say? He breathed out slowly, as if realizing too late that anger had made him careless. Then he laughed. "You should ask her about that too." The call ended. I stood frozen. Across the room, Seraphina looked up. She knew. Not what he had said, maybe. But that something had changed. She came toward me immediately. "What happened?" I looked at her. The boardroom noise faded. Adrian's words echoed in my skull. "I killed you once." Seraphina reached me. "Julian." My voice sounded distant even to myself. "How did I die?" Her face went white. Not pale. White. "Julian. No more later. No more when I'm ready. No more protecting me from the truth." The room had gone quiet around us. I didn't care. I stepped closer. "How did I die?" Seraphina's eyes filled with horror. Not at the memory. At the fact that she had to give it to me. Finally she whispered, "You came for me." The floor seemed to shift beneath my feet. "What?" "In the last life," she said, voice breaking. "You came for me the night Adrian decided I had become inconvenient." I could not breathe. "He was going to kill you." She nodded. "And her lips trembled. "You found out, I don't know how, maybe Clara, maybe one of your people. You came to the Vale estate with evidence, with police contacts, with some insane plan to drag me out before Adrian's men could move me." Her laugh broke. "You hated me by then. You had every reason to, but you came anyway." I stared at her. "You said his men left me in an alley." I lied. The words hit harder than I expected. She flinched from them herself. I lied because the truth was worse. "What happened?" Tears spilled down her face. "Adrian ordered them to make me watch." The room vanished. There was only Seraphina. Her voice. Her memory. "They beat you in the courtyard. You kept trying to stand. You told me to run. I couldn't move. I was so scared, so useless. You looked at me and smiled." She covered her mouth. "God, Julian, you smiled like you were apologizing for not saving me better." My stomach turned. "And then?" She closed her eyes. "They shot you." Silence. Even the board members had stopped breathing. Seraphina opened her eyes. "They dumped your body in the river before sunrise." For a long moment I heard nothing. Not the city. Not the phones. Not my own heart. Then Adrian's confession settled fully into place. "I killed you once." He remembered nothing. He couldn't. But arrogance had made the truth rise out of him anyway. Or maybe some sins echoed across timelines, whether men believed in them or not. Seraphina reached toward me, then stopped herself. "I'm sorry," she whispered. I looked at her hands suspended in the air. Waiting. Asking. Not taking. And something inside me, something stubborn and furious and perhaps doomed, made its choice before my mind caught up. I took her hand. Seraphina gasped. A tiny broken sound. I turned toward the screen where Adrian's face had been minutes before. "Then we end him," I said. Seraphina stared at me. The tears on her face caught the boardroom lights. "What?" I looked back at her. "You said you wanted me beside you." Her hand tightened around mine. "Yes." "Then I'm beside you." Her expression changed. Not joy. Not victory. Something deeper. Something like worship, which remained concerning, but I had bigger problems. "Julian," she whispered. "No cages," I said. She nodded at once. "No cages. No lies. No lies. No deciding for me." Her voice shook. No deciding for you. I looked at the board, at Conrad, at the lawyers, at the city beyond the glass, at the future that had killed me once and failed to keep me dead. Then I looked at Seraphina. Good. Her eyes burned. Not with madness this time. With purpose. Together, we turned toward the war. And for the first time since this began, I was not watching Seraphina Ashford aim. I was aiming with her. The first rule of war, according to Seraphina Ashford, was simple. Never strike where your enemy is guarding. The second rule was worse. Make him believe the guarded place was the only place worth protecting. By dawn, Ashford Tower had stopped looking like an office and started looking like the command center of a private nation preparing for invasion. Lawyers slept in conference rooms with their jackets folded under their heads. Analysts moved around with paper cups of coffee and the dead-eyed focus of people who had passed exhaustion 3 hours ago and found religion in spreadsheets. Assistants whispered into phones. Screens glowed with market data, legal filings, media clips, and the slow-motion collapse of Adrian Vale's carefully manufactured innocence. At the center of it all stood Seraphina. She had not slept. Neither had I. The difference was that I looked like a man who had not slept. She looked like a queen who had decided sleep was a negotiable weakness. Her hair was pinned back. Her suit jacket had been discarded over the back of a chair. The sleeves of her white blouse were rolled to her elbows. There was a coffee cup near her hand that she had not touched in over an hour. She stood before the digital wall, studying Adrian's empire. Vale Capital. Vale Holdings. Vale Strategic Credit. The Meridian Fund. 3 offshore vehicles, with names so bland they practically screamed money laundering. Political nonprofits. Art investments. Real estate trusts. Family offices. Debt structures. Board seats. Favors. Blackmail. Fear. Adrian Vale had built himself a kingdom out of leverage. Seraphina intended to pull the load-bearing pieces out one by one and watch him stand there smiling until the roof fell on his head. I should have been horrified. I was. But horror was no longer simple. Not after the courtyard. Not after learning that in some other life, Adrian had ordered men to beat me while Seraphina watched, then had me shot and thrown into the river like trash. I did not remember dying. That was the strange mercy of it. But Seraphina remembered watching. Every time she looked at me now, I could see that memory moving behind her eyes. She looked at my hands when I lifted coffee, my chest when I breathed, my face when I spoke, as if checking that I was still alive was no longer a compulsion but a prayer. I had told her no cages. No lies. No deciding for me. She had agreed. And then she had quietly assigned 2 bodyguards to the hallway outside the boardroom. I found them at 6:30 in the morning. Large men. Black suits. Excellent posture. The kind of men who could say, "Good morning," and make it sound like a background check. I stared at them. They stared back. "Seraphina," I called. From inside the conference room she replied, "Yes." "Why are there 2 human refrigerators outside the door?" A pause. Then security. I stepped back into the room. She did not turn from the digital wall. "No cages," I said. "Doors are unlocked." "No guards." "They are not guards. They are risk mitigation personnel." Several analysts suddenly became fascinated by their screens. I folded my arms. "Seraphina." She finally turned. Her expression was calm. Too calm. The calm of a woman who had prepared an argument and already decided mine was decorative. "Adrian confessed to killing you once." In another life. He does not know that. He knows enough to be dangerous. Yes. And you promised no cages. She looked at me for a long second. Then her eyes dropped. That was new. Seraphina Ashford, who had once publicly drenched Adrian Vale in champagne and called him stupid in front of her board, looked down like a child caught stealing. I panicked, she said. Just that. No justification. No legal phrasing. No technically. I hated how effective honesty had become against me. I looked toward the hallway. They stay on the floor, I said, not outside every door I'm in, not following me to the bathroom, not hovering like funeral statues. Her eyes lifted. That is acceptable. And you ask me first next time. Pain crossed her face. But she nodded. I will ask. Good. She turned to the two men outside. South Corridor, Elevator Bank. Do not shadow Mr. Halewood unless he requests it. The men nodded and vanished down the hallway. I stared after them. Do they come with names? Calder and Ruiz. Do they speak? When necessary. Comforting. Seraphina looked back at the wall. If Adrian makes another move against you, I want them close enough to intervene. I understand. She went very still. I realized too late that I had not argued. She turned slowly. You understand? Yes. Her eyes searched my face. That is not the same as agreeing. No. But you understand. Yes. The smallest smile touched her mouth. I pointed at her. Do not look so happy about basic communication. I am celebrating progress. Quietly, I am glowing internally. Disturbing. The smile grew. For one brief moment, she looked young again. Then one of the analysts cleared his throat. Miss Ashford. The smile died. War returned. Yes. The SEC inquiry into Vale Strategic Credit has been formally logged. Seraphina walked to the table. Time. 6:41. Earlier than expected. Is that good? No, she said. It means someone inside Vale panicked before we pushed. I moved beside her. Who? Seraphina touched the screen. The map shifted. A cluster of names appeared near the center of Vale Capital's board structure. Adrian's uncle, she said. Malcolm Vale. Yes. I knew the name. Everyone did. Malcolm Vale was the older brother of Adrian's father, passed over for CEO 20 years ago, kept on the board as a symbol of family unity and a warning to anyone who believed blood guaranteed power. He had the resentful posture of a man who had spent decades clapping for someone else's son. In the last life, Seraphina continued, Malcolm challenged Adrian after Vale Capital's first major crisis. He failed because he moved too late and had no allies. And this time I sent him courage. I stared at her. You sent him what? A dossier. That's not courage. It is to men who require paperwork before developing a spine. Despite myself, I laughed. Several analysts pretended not to. Seraphina looked pleased. What was in the dossier? I asked. Proof Adrian used several private vehicles to conceal losses from family shareholders, including Malcolm. So Malcolm panicked and triggered the inquiry early. Yes. Is that a problem? It moves our timeline forward. Can we adapt? Her eyes flicked to mine. A spark. Pride maybe. We. I sighed. Do not make this emotional. It is extremely emotional. It is corporate warfare. For me, the categories overlap. That explains so much. Her mouth curved, but only briefly. Then she began issuing instructions. The next 6 hours unfolded with terrifying precision. At 8, Vale Capital released a statement calling the allegations baseless, malicious, and coordinated. At 8:10, Ashford Group released verified documentation showing the allegations had come from multiple independent sources. At 8:40, Clara arranged 3 interviews with analysts who explained, in calm professional tones, why Vale's statement answered nothing. At 9, Malcolm Vale leaked his own letter demanding an emergency family board review. At 9:30, Adrian appeared on financial television. He looked perfect. Of course he did. Navy suit, white shirt, controlled expression, voice steady. He expressed confidence in Vale Capital's financial strength, trust in regulatory review, and disappointment that certain rivals had chosen to weaponize rumor. He never said Seraphina's name. That was deliberate. Making her nameless made her sound like a bitter woman. Making himself calm made him sound like a leader. It might have worked if Seraphina had not anticipated every syllable. She stood in the conference room, arms crossed, watching him speak on the wall screen. Adrian said, "We will not be distracted by theatrics." Seraphina lifted one eyebrow. "Drink water," she said. The analyst beside her blinked. "Excuse me." "Now." On the screen, Adrian reached for a glass of water. Seraphina smiled. "There." "What?" I asked. "He drinks water when he is buying time to avoid a question." The interviewer leaned forward. "Mr. Vale, can you confirm whether investors were informed of the exposure connected to the Meridian Fund?" Adrian smiled, lifted the glass, drank. I looked at Seraphina. She looked back at me. "People are patterns," she said softly. "Adrian is simply arrogant enough to believe his are invisible." The interview continued. Adrian dodged beautifully. The stock dipped anyway. Not enough to wound. Enough to bruise. Then the second strike landed. A former Vale Capital risk officer released a public resignation letter. It was dated 3 years earlier. Buried then. Resurrected now. The letter stated that internal concerns about fund exposure, disclosure practices, and executive retaliation had gone unanswered. The risk officer's name was Elena Price. I knew that name too. She had disappeared from finance after leaving Vale. Rumor said burnout. Rumor said health. Rumor said she had taken a quiet settlement and retired somewhere warm. Seraphina knew better. "Adrian ruined her," she said. Her voice had changed. Not sharp. Cold. "Why?" She refused to sign off on false reporting. He destroyed her reputation, made her unemployable, and threatened her son's scholarship. I looked at her. "And you found her." "I found her last year." "Last year?" "In this life, before I revealed anything." "You've been preparing this entire time." Her eyes stayed on the screen. I woke up with 2 kinds of memory. The things I did wrong and the things Adrian got away with. "And you've been collecting both?" "Yes." The answer was so simple. So terrifying. So sad. A woman who had died hated, discarded, and ashamed had woken up younger, richer, and armed with the future. Most people would have saved themselves. Seraphina had built an archive of every sin, including her own. I wondered if she understood that. I wondered if I did. By noon, Vale Capital had lost 6%. By 1, Adrian had disappeared from public view. By 2, Conrad Ashford ordered food into the conference room and threatened to remove his daughter himself if she did not eat. Seraphina ignored the tray placed in front of her. I picked up a sandwich and held it out. She glanced at it. No. Yes. I'm busy. You're alive, eat. Her eyes warmed at the word alive. I regretted it immediately. Then she took the sandwich. The room watched this exchange with the kind of awe usually reserved for eclipses and public indictments. Conrad Ashford stared at me from the head of the table. What? I asked. He looked at his daughter, eating obediently. Then at me. Interesting, he said. Seraphina froze mid-bite. Father. I said nothing. You said interesting. It was an observation. It had tone. All observations have tone. She narrowed her eyes. For the first time, I saw Conrad Ashford almost smile at his daughter like a father instead of a chairman. Then his phone rang. He checked the screen. The almost smile vanished. Adrian, he said. The room went silent. Seraphina swallowed. Put him on speaker. Conrad answered. Veil. Adrian's voice filled the room. Smooth. Restrained. Angry beneath both. Conrad, I assume your daughter is there. She is. Then she should listen carefully. Seraphina leaned back in her chair. I'm listening. A pause. Sera. I felt the room tighten. Seraphina's hand, resting near mine, curled slightly. But she did not react. Adrian continued, You've made your point. No, she said, I have started my point. You are damaging both our families. You always did love hiding behind plural nouns. His voice hardened. You think this ends with me. You think regulators stop once they smell blood. Your own transactions won't survive scrutiny. Seraphina's expression did not change. Mine are already prepared for review. Prepared doesn't mean innocent. No, she said calmly, it means documented. That landed. I heard it in the silence. Adrian shifted tactics. Julian. I looked at the phone. Seraphina's gaze snapped to me. Are you listening? Adrian asked. I wish I were. A few people coughed. Adrian ignored them. Do you know what she is doing? She is using you as absolution. Every move she makes, every enemy she crushes, every lie she tells herself about becoming better, it is all because you are standing there pretending she can be redeemed. Seraphina went still. Adrian's voice lowered. When you finally leave, and you will, she will have nothing left but what she has always been. I watched Seraphina's face. Not because I agreed. Because I wanted to see if she believed him. She did. That was the worst part. Some deep, wounded part of her believed every word. I reached over and took the phone from Conrad. Adrian. Yes. You talk too much for a man currently under review. A beat. Then Seraphina made that tiny sound again. Half laugh. Half breath. Adrian did not find it funny. You're making a mistake. Probably, but it's mine. You think this makes you brave. No, I think hanging up does. I ended the call. The boardroom stared. Conrad looked at his phone. Then at me. That was my device. I'll buy you a new one if it's traumatized. For half a second, I thought Conrad Ashford might reprimand me. Instead, he let out a short laugh. It sounded rusty. Seraphina stared at me like I had pulled a sword from stone. I leaned closer. Eat. She blinked. Then, obediently, took another bite. Conrad muttered, very interesting. "Father," Seraphina warned. I decided then that the Ashfords were all insane. Some were simply better funded. The third strike came at 4:30. Not from Seraphina. From Malcolm Vale. He held a press conference outside Vale Tower with 3 board members behind him and the face of a man who had waited 20 years to call himself concerned. He demanded that Adrian step down temporarily pending investigation. It was blood in the water. The market responded instantly. Vale Capital fell another 11% before close. Adrian's allies began calling Seraphina. Not to threaten, to negotiate. That was how we knew he was truly wounded. Men like Adrian did not fall when enemies attacked. They fell when friends began measuring the distance to the exits. By evening, Seraphina finally sat down. Not by choice. By physics. She lowered herself into a chair near the window, crossed one leg over the other, and closed her eyes for exactly 7 seconds before opening them again. I stood beside her. "You need sleep." "I need Adrian cornered." "He is cornered." "No, he is injured." "There's a difference." Cornered men have no choices. Injured men choose recklessness. Like sending photographs. Yes. Like confessing to killing me. Her eyes flicked to mine. Pain. Immediate. Ruh. "I'm sorry." "You didn't say it." "No, but I brought him into your life once. In another life. Because of me, he noticed you. I'm very noticeable." She stared. I shrugged. "What I am." Her mouth trembled. Then she laughed softly. Tiredly. "You are ridiculous. You're one to talk." The laughter faded into something gentler. For a moment the war receded. The city outside was turning gold with sunset. Light moved across her face, softening the sharp angles. She looked exhausted enough to be real. "Julian," she said. If this ends, when?" She paused. "What?" "When this ends, not if." Her eyes searched mine. The hope there was almost too much. "When this ends," she repeated carefully, "what happens to us?" The question should have been expected. It still caught me unprepared. The engagement remained. The merger remained. The families, the public image, the contracts, the approaching wedding date all remained. But something had changed. Before, marriage to Seraphina had been a business arrangement with a side order of supernatural trauma and corporate revenge. Now I had held her in a warehouse while she cried about a fire from a life I did not remember. Now I had taken her hand in front of her board. Now we were fighting the man who had killed me. Apparently relationships became complicated when reincarnation entered the due diligence process. "I don't know," I said. She looked away. I hated that. I hated that I knew exactly how much those 3 words wounded her. So I added, "But I'm not walking away tonight." She closed her eyes. That was enough for her. It shouldn't have been. But it was. "Okay," she whispered. Then the door opened. Daniel stepped in, slightly pale. It took me a second to remember we were in Ashford Tower, and Daniel did not work here. "Daniel." He looked as surprised to be there as I was to see him. "Mr. Halewood, Miss Ashford." Seraphina sat upright. "What are you doing here?" Daniel swallowed. "Mr. Halewood's father sent me. There's been an incident at the plant." My blood went cold. "What incident?" "A fire alarm triggered in Furnace 3. No major damage. It was contained." Seraphina stood so fast her chair rolled back. "Casualties?" "No, ma'am, everyone evacuated, but I demanded. Daniel held out a tablet. Security found this near the control room. On the screen was a photograph. A playing card. King of Hearts. Burned at the edges. On the back, written in black marker. Old stories love repeating. For a second, no one moved. The warehouse. The fire. Tommy. Adrian. Seraphina's face went blank. Then terrifying. Not panicked. Not guilty. Murderous. I caught her wrist before she could reach for her phone. No. Her eyes snapped to mine. Julian. No secret attacks. He put your people at risk. I know. He threatened your father's plant. I know. Her voice dropped. He invoked the fire. I know. Her wrist trembled under my hand. Not from weakness. From violence restrained. He needs to bleed. Yes. The word surprised her. Honestly, it surprised me too. I continued, but he bleeds in daylight, legally, publicly, so he can't turn himself into a victim. She stared at me. The rage in her eyes did not fade. It redirected. Daylight, she said. Yes. Publicly. Yes. Legally. Her mouth twisted like the word tasted bad. Seraphina. Fine. I released her wrist. She immediately turned to the room. Find the breach. Pull every camera feed, access log, visitor record, delivery record, and contractor credential from Halewood Steelworks for the last 72 hours. Coordinate with their internal security. Notify police and fire authorities. She looked at me. Public enough. Good start. Then she looked at Daniel. Were you followed? Daniel's eyes widened. I don't think so. Not good enough. She pointed to Calder, who had reappeared in the doorway like a summoned demon. Escort Mr. Ray's back to Halewood Security, quietly, confirm route integrity, then assign 2 people to the plant perimeter. I opened my mouth. She looked at me. May I? That stopped me cold. The entire room seemed to pause. Seraphina Ashford, in the middle of a war, asking permission before protecting my people. It should not have meant as much as it did. I nodded. Yes. Her expression softened for less than a second. Then she turned back into steel. Daniel looked at me with silent terror. You'll be fine, I told him. Will I? Probably. Sir. Definitely go. Daniel left with Calder. The room erupted into motion. By 7, we knew the fire alarm had not been an accident. Someone had entered Halewood Steelworks using a temporary contractor badge under a false name. They accessed a maintenance corridor, tampered with a sensor relay, and left the burned card where it would be found. No actual fire had started, but the message was clear. Adrian had touched our plant. Not enough to destroy. Enough to remind us he could. My father called at 7:15. I'm fine, he said before I could speak. I didn't ask. You were about to. Mom. With me. Employees. All safe. I exhaled. Good. A pause. Then my father said, Seraphina's people are already here. She asked. I assumed you had something to do with that. She asked, I repeated. My father understood the weight of it. Good, he said quietly. Then after a moment, Jules. Yeah. End him. I closed my eyes. My father was not a violent man. He was a builder. But even builders knew when a structure had to be demolished before it killed someone. We will, I said. When I hung up, Seraphina was watching me. My father said to end him, I told her. For the first time all day, she smiled without sadness. I knew I liked your father. The fourth strike was mine. That was Seraphina's idea. Adrian expects me, she said. He expects Malcolm. He expects regulators, reporters, maybe Conrad. He does not expect you. We were in a smaller conference room now, away from the main floor chaos. The table was covered in documents from Halewood Security, Vale's offshore structures, and a draft statement Clara had labeled with admirable restraint. Option C. Aggressive but not libelous. I sat across from Seraphina. You want me to do what? Hold a press conference? No. Yes. No. Julian. Seraphina, I run manufacturing operations. I do not perform for cameras. You confronted Adrian at the gala beautifully. That was different. He annoyed me in person. Imagine the cameras are Adrian. That does not help. She leaned forward. Adrian is trying to frame this as a feud between two obsessive women. I stared. Two. Me and the concept of market accountability. Ugh. He wants me emotional, vengeful, unstable. He wants to reduce everything to my history with him. And I interrupt that narrative. Yes. How? You speak as Halewood's heir, as the fiancé whose company was targeted, as the man whose family has been dragged into this because Vale Capital could not tolerate losing influence. I looked at the draft. And what do I say? The truth. I raised an eyebrow. Which version? Her gaze held mine. The clean version. At least you're honest. I promised. That made me pause. She noticed. Of course she noticed. You will not mention reincarnation, she said. Shame, that would liven up CNBC. You will not accuse Adrian directly, without evidence tied to this life. Reasonable. You will not let reporters bait you about whether I'm unstable. That one I can handle. Her lips curved. Can you? Obviously, I'll say yes, but in our sector stability is overrated. She closed her eyes. Please don't. Fine. Clara arrived 20 minutes later, carrying a laptop, 2 phones, and the expression of a woman who had consumed anxiety and caffeine as a balanced meal. She looked at me. You're sure? No. Great honesty, terrible for media, excellent for friendship. Seraphina stood by the window. Clara glanced at her, then back at me. The angle is simple. This isn't gossip. This isn't romance drama. This is industrial sabotage, market manipulation, and intimidation. You don't attack beyond the facts. You don't look smug. You don't look scared. You look like a man whose employees were threatened and who is furious but disciplined. I can do furious. Disciplined. I looked at Seraphina. She looked amused. I can approximate. Clara sighed. We'll take it. Then she turned to Seraphina. You should not stand beside him. Seraphina's expression cooled. Excuse me. If you're beside him, they photograph you. If they photograph you, the story becomes your face, your history, your relationship with Adrian. Julian needs to stand alone. The room froze. Seraphina's hands curled. This was not jealousy. This was worse. Fear. No, she said. Clara did not flinch. Yes. He is safer if I'm beside him. He is more credible if you're not. Credibility does not stop bullets. Neither does clinging. I inhaled. Clara. No, she said, eyes on Seraphina. She needs to hear it. Seraphina's face went white around the mouth. For one dangerous second, I thought the old Seraphina would emerge. The one who could destroy Clara's firm with 3 calls and call it housekeeping. Instead, Seraphina looked at me, asking, not for permission to retaliate, for help surviving the request. I stood. She's right, I said. Seraphina's eyes closed. Julian, I'll be in front of cameras in Ashford Tower with security on the floor. You'll be 20 feet away. That is far. It is down the hall. It is far. Clara muttered, progress is relative. I gave her a look. She lifted both hands. Seraphina opened her eyes. I don't like this. I know. I hate it. I know. I can feel every possible outcome where something goes wrong. I stepped closer. Then choose to trust this one. Her lips parted. The words landed. Trust. For Seraphina, it might as well have been a foreign language. She had trusted Adrian once and called it love. Then she had trusted no one, including herself, and called it survival. Now I was asking her to stand down a hallway while I made myself visible. She looked as though I had asked her to put down her last weapon. Maybe I had. Finally she nodded. 20 feet. 20 feet. If I see anything, you can intervene. If a reporter insults you, you cannot ruin their bloodline. Her jaw tightened. Can I ruin their afternoon? No. Professionally. Seraphina. Fine. Clara looked between us. You two are deeply abnormal. Thank you, Seraphina said. Not praise. I've decided to take things that way. I laughed despite everything. The press conference took place at 9. Ashford Tower's media room was packed. Cameras lined the back wall. Reporters filled chairs. The air smelled of hot lights, expensive perfume, damp wool, and anticipation. I stood behind the podium alone. 20 feet away, behind a glass wall, Seraphina watched me. She looked calm to everyone else. I knew better. Her hands were clasped so tightly, her knuckles had gone pale. Clara stood off to the side, ready to end my career with a glare if I improvised too much. I looked down at the statement, then up at the cameras. My name is Julian Halewood, I began. I am executive director of Halewood Steelworks and heir to the Halewood family's manufacturing business. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. Good. Tonight, our facility experienced a deliberate security breach. No employees were injured. No fire occurred. Emergency procedures worked as intended and operations remained stable. Camera shutters clicked. But the breach was not random. A message was left at the scene. It was intended to frighten my family, our employees, and our partners. It failed. I felt Seraphina watching. Not like a cage. Like a flame. Halewood Steelworks has spent generations building things that last. We employ people whose names we know. We operate plants where safety is not a public relations line but a daily obligation. Anyone who attempts to use fear, sabotage, or intimidation against those people will face consequences through every legal and public channel available. A reporter raised a hand. I continued before questions could begin. Let me also be clear. This is not a society feud. This is not a romantic rivalry. This is not gossip about past relationships or future marriages. This is about corporate power being abused by people who believe wealth gives them permission to endanger workers and manipulate markets. Clara gave the tiniest nod. Good. I looked directly into the nearest camera. If Adrian Vale or any representative of Vale Capital has information relevant to tonight's breach, I invite them to provide it to law enforcement immediately. If they do not, they should stop hiding behind anonymous leaks and public concern. The room stirred. That was close to the line. Maybe on it. But not over. I could feel Clara's blood pressure rise. I did not look at her. Halewood will cooperate fully with authorities. We will protect our employees, and we will not be intimidated. I stepped back. Questions exploded. Mr. Halewood, are you accusing Adrian Vale? Do you believe this is connected to Ashford Group's allegations? Is your fiancée under investigation? Has Seraphina Ashford manipulated Halewood's response? I gripped the podium. There it was. The trap. The frame. The attempt to drag her into the center and make this about obsession again. I looked through the glass. Seraphina's eyes met mine. For once, she could not answer for me. Good. No, I said. The room quieted. No, to which question? A reporter asked. To the premise. A few confused looks. I continued. Miss Ashford is not manipulating my response. She does not speak for Halewood Steelworks. I do. Our employees were threatened. Our facility was breached. Our family will respond. Another reporter leaned forward. But given Miss Ashford's personal history with Mr. Vale, Miss Ashford's personal history is not an excuse for anyone to target my company. Do you trust her judgment? I paused. The room leaned in. Behind the glass, Seraphina went utterly still. I could have answered diplomatically. I could have said we are reviewing all facts. I could have protected myself. Instead, I thought of her asking permission. I thought of her sending me her location. I thought of no cages. No lies. No deciding for me. Yes, I said, I trust her to tell me the truth, and I trust myself to decide what to do with it. For a second, silence. Then the room erupted again. But I was done. I stepped back from the podium and let Clara cut off questions with professional violence. The moment I left the media room, Seraphina was there. 20 feet became 0. She stopped in front of me but did not touch me. Progress. Painful progress. Her eyes were bright. You said you trust me. I said I trust you to tell me the truth. Yes. That is different. Yes. You understand the difference. Yes. Her smile trembled. But you said trust. I sighed. I did. Thank you. The words were barely more than breath. Then she leaned forward very slightly, caught herself and stepped back. I noticed. She noticed me noticing. We stood there in the hallway, surrounded by aides, lawyers, cameras being packed away, and security personnel pretending not to exist. Seraphina Ashford, who once wanted to put guards around my life and her name on everything I owned, waited for me to choose. So I did. I reached out and took her hand. Her fingers closed around mine instantly. Like she had been falling and I had become gravity. Come on, I said, we have a prince to dethrone. Her smile turned sharp. There she was. My problem. My ally. My almost wife. My reborn villainess with blood on her conscience and the future in her hands. Yes, she said. Let's finish this. By midnight, the press conference had done exactly what Seraphina hoped. It changed the story. No longer, Seraphina Ashford, unstable heiress, attacks former love. Now, Halewood Steelworks targeted amid widening Vale capital crisis. No longer private revenge. Now public abuse of power. Adrian responded at 12:23 a.m. Not through lawyers, Not through media. Through me. A video arrived from an unknown number. Seraphina and I were alone in the smaller conference room when it came. She saw my expression and reached for my phone. I pulled it back. No deciding for me. Her hand froze, then dropped. Okay. I opened the video. The screen showed Adrian in what looked like his private office, tie loosened, hair still perfect, eyes not. He smiled at the camera. "Julian," he said, "since you've decided to become a hero, let me offer you a choice." Seraphina went still beside me. Adrian continued. By morning, one of two packets goes public. The first concerns Seraphina, not business, not finance, her. Every ugly thing she did for me when she was still honest about what she wanted. Seraphina's face emptied. The second packet, Adrian said, concerns your father. My blood ran cold. Adrian's smile widened. Old environmental records, safety settlements, political donations, nothing fatal if handled delicately, quite damaging if framed properly, especially after tonight's little speech about worker safety. I gripped the phone. "You can stop one," Adrian said, "not both." He leaned closer. "So choose. Protect your father's saintly image or protect the woman who once helped me destroy him." The video ended. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Then Seraphina said, "Your father." Immediately. No hesitation. I turned to her. "What? Protect your father?" Her voice was flat. "He is innocent of anything serious." "Yes." "Then he should not be dragged through mud meant for me." "And you?" Her jaw tightened. "I earned mine." Something inside me twisted. There was the difference. The old Seraphina would have burned my father's reputation to save herself. This one chose the blade. Without asking. Without dramatics. Without even hoping I would stop her. I looked at the blank phone screen. Then at her. "No." Her eyes snapped to mine. "Julian." "No." "He gave you a choice." "Yes." "And you must choose your father." "No, I must reject the premise." Her brows drew together. "You cannot." "Watch me." I called Clara. She answered with, "If this is another emergency, I'm becoming a florist." "It's another emergency." "Of course it is." I sent her the video. 30 seconds later, she whispered, "Oh, that bastard." "Can we get ahead of both?" "Maybe, depends on the contents." Seraphina spoke from beside me. "We release first." Clara paused. "What?" Seraphina took a breath. "We release first, controlled disclosure, my past misconduct, Ashford internal review findings. Remediation, cooperation, all of it." I stared. Seraphina. She did not look at me. If Adrian frames it, I am a monster. If I frame it, I am a sinner who brought receipts. Clara was silent. Then reluctantly, "She's right." "And my father?" I asked. Clara said, "We prepare a transparency statement, preemptive context. If the records are old and not criminal, we show corrective actions and third-party audits." Seraphina nodded. "I can have Ashford's environmental compliance team review within 2 hours." "No," I said. Both women stopped. I looked at Seraphina. "You do not get to sacrifice yourself and call it strategy." "It is strategy. It is also punishment." Her mouth closed. I knew I had hit truth. "You want Adrian to hurt you because you think you deserve it," I said. Her eyes shone. "That is not redemption." Clara went very quiet on the line. Seraphina whispered, "Then what is?" "Standing there after the truth comes out and doing better anyway." She stared at me, then looked away. "I hate when you sound like your father. You've known him for a month. In 2 lives, apparently." "Fair." Clara cleared her throat. "As moving as this is, dawn is approaching and a sociopath has scheduled reputation bombs. Can we work?" We worked. Not cleanly, not calmly, but together. That was new. Seraphina provided documents she had hidden for years, her own records, payments she authorized in the last life's pattern but stopped in this one, emails from this timeline proving she had begun reversing damage before Adrian moved, evidence of blackmail Adrian used against others, names of victims. She did not soften herself in the files. That mattered. When she had done wrong, she wrote, "I authorized this." When she had corrected something, she wrote, "Remediation began on this date." When something belonged to Adrian, she wrote, "Veil instruction attached." No excuses. No poetry. No reincarnation. Just the anatomy of corruption and the beginning of repair. For my father, the story was simpler but still painful. Old settlements from the recession years, minor environmental compliance violations corrected before my tenure, political donations rooted through industry groups, nothing clean enough for sainthood, nothing dirty enough for Adrian's intended framing. My father joined the call at 2 in the morning. When I explained, he sighed. "Release it. Dad. Jules, every old company has ghosts in the basement. Better we open the door ourselves." "I'm sorry." "For what?" "That you got dragged in." He was quiet for a moment, then said, "Son, I built a business in the real world. If I wanted a spotless life, I'd have become fictional." Clara muttered, "I love your father." Seraphina, pale and exhausted, whispered, "So do I." I looked at her. She looked startled by her own confession. My father chuckled. "Good, somebody in that tower needs taste." At 5:45 a.m., the first controlled disclosures went out. At 6:10, Clara placed the remediation narrative. At 6:40, Ashford announced an independent ethics review, a victim compensation fund, and full cooperation with regulators. At 7:00, Halewood released its compliance history and corrective actions. At 7:13, Adrian's packets dropped. They landed like knives thrown at empty chairs. The information was ugly, but no longer surprising. By controlling the order and context, we turned scandal into disclosure, and disclosure into credibility. Adrian had tried to force me to choose. Instead, we made the choice irrelevant. By 8, commentators were calling his move desperate. By 9, Vale Capital had fallen another 14%. By 10, Malcolm Vale called an emergency board vote. By 11, Adrian Vale was suspended as CEO. The room erupted when the news came through. Not cheering exactly. These were lawyers and finance people. Joy made them uncomfortable. But there were exhalations, laughs, chairs pushed back. Someone swore in relief. Clara, on video call, lifted both middle fingers toward an unseen camera and said, "Professionally, of course." Seraphina did not move. She stood by the window, watching the city. I walked to her. "He's suspended," I said. "Yes." "You won." "No." I looked at her. She turned. Her face was calm. Too calm. Suspended men still have money, loyalists, secrets, rage. Her eyes darkened. And Adrian Vale with nothing left to lose is more dangerous than Adrian Vale on a throne. I hated that she was right. What comes next? Before she could answer, her phone rang. Unknown number. She answered. Speak. Adrian's voice came through. Not smooth now. Not polished. Raw. You think you've won. Seraphina placed the call on speaker. No, she said. I think you're calling because you haven't. His laugh was ugly. I loved you once. The room went cold. Seraphina's expression did not change. No, you loved being worshipped. You were nothing before me. I was worse than nothing with you. His breathing was audible. Then he said, Julian. I stepped closer. I'm here. I'm going to take something from you. Seraphina's eyes sharpened. What? Adrian laughed softly. Not your company, not your father, not your precious workers. A pause. Something she can't buy back. Seraphina's face went white. The call ended. For 1 second, silence. Then every alarm in Seraphina's body seemed to go off at once. Your mother, she said. I was already moving. My phone rang before I reached the door. My father. I answered. Dad. His voice was shaken. Jules, your mother's car never reached the house. The world narrowed to a single point. Seraphina took the phone from my hand, her voice turning to ice. Marcus, listened to me carefully, who was driving. My father answered. She closed her eyes. Root. Another answer. Time lost. Another. Her eyes opened. No panic now. Only war. We will find her. She ended the call and turned to the room. My future mother-in-law has been taken. Future mother-in-law. Not Mrs. Halewood. Not Julian's mother. Hers. The entire tower moved. Security, police contacts, private investigators, traffic cameras, toll records, phone pings, license plate readers, every legal channel activated. And I suspected several channels that would become legal if Seraphina paid enough lawyers afterward. I did not stop her. No cages applied to me. Not to my mother. 10 minutes later, Seraphina and I were in the back of an SUV tearing through Manhattan traffic, with Calder driving like traffic laws were rumors. I sat with my phone in my hand, calling my mother again and again. No answer. Seraphina sat beside me, tablet open, voice low and lethal as she coordinated teams. But her left hand was on my wrist. Not restraining. Anchoring. Or maybe being anchored. I could not tell anymore. At last, one of her people called. Miss Ashford, we found the car. Location. Queens Warehouse District. Driver unconscious but alive. Mrs. Halewood gone. My chest hollowed. Seraphina's grip tightened. Cameras. 2 black SUVs. Partial plate on one we're tracing. Send coordinates. She ended the call. I looked at her. Will he hurt her? Seraphina's face changed. For half a second, she was not the strategist. She was the woman who remembered me dying because she could not move. Then she said, no. You don't know that. Her eyes met mine. No, she said again, because I won't let him. The words should have sounded arrogant. They didn't. They sounded like an oath. At 12:37 p.m., Adrian sent one final message. A video call request. Seraphina answered before I could. The screen flickered. Adrian appeared. Behind him was darkness, concrete walls, industrial shelving. And my mother, tied to a chair. Conscious. Terrified. Alive. My vision went red. Seraphina's hand closed around my arm with bruising strength. Not to stop me. to keep herself from breaking the tablet in half. Adrian smiled. His face looked wrong now. The prince had cracked. What remained was smaller, uglier, and far more dangerous. "Hello, Sira." Seraphina's voice was flat. "Let her go." Still giving commands. "Let her go." He laughed, then looked at me. "Julian, your mother is lovely, very calm. She asked me whether I had eaten." My throat closed. That was my mother. Of course she had. "You touch her," I said, "and there is nowhere in this life or any other where you'll be safe." Adrian's smile widened. There he is, the hero. I wondered how much it would take. Seraphina leaned toward the screen. "What do you want?" "You." "No." The word came from me. "Immediate." Adrian's eyes gleamed. "Oh, come now, that is the obvious trade." Seraphina looked at me. I saw it. The calculation. The willingness. The old instinct to put herself in the fire and call it penance. "No," I said again. Her lips parted. "Julian, no deciding for me, remember." Pain flashed across her face. Adrian watched us with delight. "How touching." Seraphina turned back to the screen. "You don't want me," she said. "You want control. You want to prove I'll still come when you call." "And will you?" "No." Adrian's smile faltered. "Just slightly." Seraphina continued, "The woman who crawled to you is dead." His expression darkened. She looked alive when she begged. The words landed like a slap. Seraphina flinched, but did not break. I put my hand over hers. She inhaled sharply, then steadied. Adrian saw it. His face twisted. "You think he makes you better?" "No," Seraphina said. She looked at me, then back to him. "He makes me choose better." Adrian's jaw tightened. "Then choose. You have 1 hour. Come alone or Mrs. Halewood dies." The call ended. For a moment, there was only the sound of the SUV engine and my own heartbeat. Then Seraphina said, "I know where he is." I turned. "How?" Concrete walls, yellow support column, industrial shelving, the hum in the background. "What?" "That building exists in the last life." Her eyes were distant. Adrian owned several off-book storage properties. One in Brooklyn, one in Queens, one near the old rail line. This is the Queens site. Calder spoke from the front. "Address." Seraphina gave it without hesitation. Then she looked at me. "He told me to come alone because he knows I won't." "You would have." Before, she said, "Yes." "And now?" Her fingers intertwined with mine. "Now I'm asking." The word settled between us. Asking. Not taking. Not commanding. Not deciding. I looked at the woman who had burned bridges and built shelters from the ashes. The woman who had ruined me in another life and saved me in this one. The woman who wanted to cage me and was learning, painfully, not to. "My mother comes first," I said. "Always." "We involve police." "Yes." "No trading yourself." Her jaw tightened. "Julian, no." She closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were wet but steady. "No trading myself." "And no killing him in a warehouse." A long pause. "Seraphina." "I heard you." "That was not agreement." She exhaled. "No killing him in a warehouse." "Good." Her mouth twisted. "May I ruin him afterward?" "Legally." She looked pained. "Mostly." "Seraphina." "Fine legally." Calder met my eyes in the rearview mirror. For a man paid not to react, he looked almost amused. The rescue plan took 27 minutes. Police were notified through channels Conrad Ashford personally guaranteed would not leak. Seraphina's security teams surrounded the warehouse district without approaching. Clara controlled media silence. My father was moved to a secure location, though he fought hard enough that 2 guards reportedly reconsidered their career paths. I was not allowed to enter the warehouse. That was the plan. Then my mother called from Adrian's phone. Her voice shook, but she was alive. "Jules. Mom. Don't come in here." My eyes closed. "Mom." "No, listen to me. He wants you angry. He keeps saying you'll come. Don't give that boy what he wants." That boy. Only my mother could call a disgraced corporate predator, with a kidnapping charge pending that boy. "I'm getting you out," I said. "I know," her voice softened. "Bring Seraphina." I looked at Seraphina. She had gone still. My mother continued. "She sounds like she needs someone to remind her she's not alone." A sound escaped Seraphina. "Tiny. Wounded." My mother had always had terrible timing and perfect aim. The line cut off. I turned to the police commander. "I'm going in." "No," Seraphina said. "No," said the commander. "No," said Calder. It was almost funny. Almost. I looked at Seraphina. "He wants me angry. Fine, we use that." Her eyes narrowed. "What are you thinking? You said never strike where he's guarding." "Yes. He's guarding against you, against police, against being stormed." "Yes. He wants me reckless." Seraphina went still. Then slowly her eyes sharpened. "So we give him reckless. Controlled reckless. That is not a thing. It is now." The police commander looked between us. "I hate whatever this is becoming." The plan changed. I walked toward the warehouse alone. No vest visible. No weapon. Phone in hand. Fury on my face. That part was easy. Seraphina hated it. I knew because she kissed my knuckles before letting go of my hand, then looked as if she wanted to bite through steel. "Come back," she said. "Not please. Not if you can." A command. A prayer. A promise demanded from the universe. "I will. Julian. I promise." Her eyes closed briefly. Then she let go. I entered the warehouse through the side door. The inside smelled like dust, oil, and damp concrete. Every step echoed. "Adrian," I shouted. My voice bounced through the dark. A laugh answered. "There he is." Adrian stepped into view on the upper platform, holding a gun loosely at his side. My mother sat below him, tied to a chair near a support column. Her eyes widened when she saw me. I forced myself not to look too relieved. Adrian smiled. "You really are predictable." "Yes," I said, "that's why you're losing." His smile twitched. "Careful." "Or what? You'll shoot me twice across 2 lifetimes." The words hit him. Hard. His face went blank. So he had meant to unsettle me with that confession. He had not expected me to wear it like armor. "You don't believe that nonsense," he said. "I believe you're the kind of man who confesses to murder when his ego gets scratched." His hand tightened around the gun. "Good. Keep his eyes on me. Keep him angry. Keep him facing away from the Eastern Service entrance, where Calder and the police team were moving into position." Adrian descended the stairs slowly. "You think she loves you. You need new material." She'll ruin you. You tried. I succeeded once. Yet here I am. That did it. His composure cracked. You were nothing, he hissed. A factory heir, a useful dog from an old industrial family. She humiliated herself chasing me for years, and now she looks at you like your salvation. He reached the floor. My mother stayed very still. I took a step forward. Does it hurt? His eyes narrowed. What? Being replaced by someone you considered beneath you. His face twisted. You were never above me. No, I said, but I didn't need to be. She just had to stop kneeling. Adrian raised the gun. My mother gasped. Then the lights went out. Not all of them. Just the main warehouse lights. Emergency red flooded the space. Adrian spun toward the sound at the east entrance. Too late. Flashbangs cracked. Police shouted. Calder moved like a shadow. I lunged for my mother. Adrian fired. The sound split the world. Pain burned across my upper arm. Not deep. Not fatal. Enough to make me stumble. Seraphina screamed my name from somewhere behind the chaos. Adrian tried to run. He made it 3 steps before Calder hit him like judgment, wearing a suit. The gun skidded across the floor. Police swarmed. My mother was crying. I cut at the ropes with shaking hands someone had shoved a knife into, when had that happened, and pulled her into my arms. She clung to me. You idiot, she sobbed. I know. You promised not to be heroic. I never promised that. Then Seraphina was there. Her hands were on my face, my shoulders, my chest, searching for blood with frantic precision. You're hit. It's my arm. You're bleeding. It's my arm. You were shot. Grazed. You were shot. Her voice was breaking. Behind her, Adrian was being forced to his knees in handcuffs. He laughed. Even then. Even beaten, bleeding from the mouth, face pressed toward the floor. He laughed. Sera, he called, look at you, still crying over him. Seraphina froze. Slowly she turned. I saw the old monster wake in her eyes. The one that could destroy without blinking. Adrian saw it too. He smiled wider. There she is. Seraphina took 1 step toward him. I caught her hand. She stopped. Every muscle in her body trembled. Adrian laughed again. He'll see it eventually, what you are. Seraphina stared at him. Then looked at me. I held her hand. Not tightly. She could have pulled away. She didn't. No killing him in a warehouse, I said softly. Her breath shook. Then she turned back to Adrian. You're right, she said. His smile faltered. I am what I am. She stepped closer, but not enough to touch him. I am the woman who loved you like an idiot, the woman who sinned for you, the woman who died understanding exactly what you made of me. Her voice steadied. And I am also the woman who came back. Adrian's eyes darkened. Seraphina smiled. Not cruelly. That was the shocking part. It was calm. Final. You don't get my rage anymore, she said. You don't get my worship. You don't get my guilt. You don't even get my hands around your throat. She looked at the police. You get discovery. Adrian's face changed. The word hit him harder than a threat. Discovery meant documents. Records. Devices. Bank trails. Witnesses. Under oath. In daylight. Publicly. Legally. Everything we had promised. Everything he feared. Seraphina turned away from him. For the first time, truly away. He shouted after her, "Sera!" She did not look back. I watched Adrian Vale realize, maybe for the first time in 2 lives, that she was done coming when he called. Then my knees buckled. Blood loss was less dramatic than novels made it sound. Mostly it was embarrassing. One moment I was enjoying Adrian's existential collapse. The next the floor seemed very interested in my face. Seraphina caught me with a strength panic gave her. "Julian, I'm fine." "You are not fine." "I'm symbolically fine." "Stop talking." "My mother is safe." "Yes." "Adrian arrested." "Yes." "You didn't kill him." Her eyes filled. "No." "Good." Then everything went gray around the edges. The last thing I felt before passing out was Seraphina's hand gripping mine and her voice, fierce and broken, ordering me to stay. As if death itself were an employee she could fire. When I woke, the world smelled like antiseptic. Hospital. I hated hospitals on principle. This one was private, quiet, and expensive, which meant Ashford. My arm was bandaged. My shoulder ached. My mouth felt like someone had filled it with cotton and regret. I opened my eyes. Seraphina sat beside the bed, still in yesterday's clothes. Hair loose now. Face pale. Eyes red. She held my uninjured hand between both of hers, her head bowed over it like a relic. My mother slept in a chair near the window, wrapped in a blanket. My father sat beside her, awake, watching me. His eyes filled with relief. "Hey," I croaked. Seraphina's head snapped up. For a second, she looked like she might faint. Then she stood so quickly, the chair nearly fell. "Doctor," she said. "No." She froze. I swallowed. "Water first." My father laughed. It sounded rough. Seraphina reached for the glass with trembling hands and helped me drink. Her gentleness was almost unbearable. When I finished, she set the glass down. "You promised," she whispered. "I came back." "You got shot." "Grazed." "Shot." "Fine, lightly shot." My mother stirred. "Julian Halewood," she said without opening her eyes. "If you joke about being shot again, I'll let Seraphina lock you in the house." Seraphina inhaled. I looked at her. "No." She looked disappointed for approximately half a second before guilt crushed it. My father stood and came to the bedside. "You scared us." "I know." "You saved your mother." "She told me not to come." "She knows you don't listen." My mother opened one eye. "I raised him badly." "You raised me heroic." "I raised you exhausting." Seraphina made a sound that might have been a laugh if it had not been so close to tears. My father looked at her. Then at me. "We'll give you 2 a minute." My mother started to protest, then saw Seraphina's face and stopped. They left quietly. The door closed. Silence settled. Seraphina remained standing beside the bed. She looked like a woman awaiting sentencing. "I broke the rules," she said. I blinked. "What?" I sent security without asking. I almost traded myself. I wanted to kill him. I thought about locking down the hospital floor and restricting every visitor except your parents and approved medical personnel. "You thought about it?" "Yes." "But did?" "I restricted 2 reporters." "That's fair." "And 1 nurse who flirted with you." I stared. Seraphina. She was reassigned to another VIP patient with higher pay. I closed my eyes. Progress is not linear. I know. I looked back at her. She was crying silently now. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "For the nurse. For all of it, for the fire, for lying, for wanting control, for being relieved when you took my hand. For being angry at your mother for needing rescue because it put you in danger. For still thinking, for one terrible second, that if you were unconscious, at least you couldn't leave." The confession was ugly, brutal, honest. I should have recoiled. Instead, I saw the cost of saying it. She was handing me the worst parts of herself because I had asked for no lies. "Did you act on it?" I asked. "No." "Did you tell me?" "Yes." "Then we keep going." Her face crumpled. "You should hate me." "Sometimes I do." She flinched. I squeezed her hand. "And sometimes I don't." She looked at our hands. "That's not comforting." "It's true." Her laugh broke through tears. "I hate your honesty. You started it." She sat slowly. For a while, neither of us spoke. Then she whispered, "When you fell, I was back there." "The last life." She nodded. "The courtyard, the gun, your blood. I thought the universe was taking you again because I was arrogant enough to believe I could rewrite punishment." "You didn't shoot me." "No, but I made the world where he could. In this life, you helped stop him." She stared at me. I continued, "Both things can be true." Her lips trembled. "That sounds painful." "It is." "Do you forgive me?" I looked at the ceiling. There were easy lies, romantic lies, dramatic lies, the kind of answer that would make her eyes shine and move the story forward cleanly. But we were past clean. "No," I said. She closed her eyes. "I understand." "Not yet." Her eyes opened. I turned my head to look at her. "But I want to." The words changed the room. Seraphina stopped breathing. Then she bowed her head over my hand and cried like someone who had been given more mercy than she knew how to hold. I let her. Outside the hospital room, Adrian Vale entered custody. By morning, he would be charged with kidnapping, attempted assault, conspiracy, and a dozen financial crimes, once regulators finished opening his empire like a rotten fruit. By next week, Vale Capital would be leaderless. By next month, Malcolm Vale would discover that taking a throne built on secrets meant inheriting termites. By next year, the name Adrian Vale would no longer sound like royalty. It would sound like a warning. But in that hospital room, none of that mattered. There was only Seraphina's hand around mine. My mother alive down the hall. My father's watch on the bedside table. And the strange, impossible knowledge that the future was no longer something Seraphina remembered alone. It was something we were building, brick by difficult brick. Later, just before sleep pulled me under again, Seraphina leaned close. "Julian." "Him." "No cages," she whispered. I opened one eye. "Good." "No lies." "Good." "No deciding for you." "Very good." A pause. Then very softly, "But if a nurse flirts with you again, may I glare?" I stared at her. She looked completely serious. I sighed. "One glare." Her smile was small, wet, radiant. "Thank you." And because I was concussed, medicated, exhausted, and apparently determined to make dangerous choices across multiple timelines, I lifted our joined hands and pressed my lips against her knuckles. Seraphina went still. Utterly. Then her eyes filled with such fierce, trembling devotion that I understood, with absolute certainty, This woman would spend the rest of her life trying to deserve that one small kiss. It should have frightened me. It did, but not enough to let go. Adrian Vale fell slowly. That was the cruelest part. Not for him. For us. I had imagined men like Adrian collapsing like towers in demolition footage. One decisive charge. One perfect explosion. One glorious cloud of dust while everyone watched from a safe distance and pretended not to enjoy it. Reality was uglier. Reality was lawyers. Reality was hearings, statements, subpoenas, asset freezes, board resignations, forensic accountants, sealed warrants, court dates, and reporters with hair sprayed into helmets asking whether attempted kidnapping would affect investor confidence. Which apparently it did. Vale Capital's stock did not crash in one dramatic drop. It bled. Every morning, another percentage gone. Another fund pulled commitments. Another partner stepped down to spend time with family. Another anonymous source became suddenly brave now that Adrian was in handcuffs. Men who had toasted him for years gave interviews about how they had always had concerns. Women who had smiled beside him at galas deleted photos. Politicians returned donations. Charities scrubbed his name from donor walls. The golden boy did not vanish. He tarnished in public. And Seraphina watched all of it with a stillness that worried me. 3 weeks after the warehouse, I found her in the hospital garden at dawn. I was supposed to be sleeping. Seraphina had opinions about that. Unfortunately for her, I had inherited my father's stubbornness and my mother's talent for pretending not to hear instructions. My arm was healing. The graze had been shallow, though Seraphina continued to behave as if I had been dragged back from the underworld by force and paperwork. The hospital garden was empty except for us. She sat on a stone bench beneath a maple tree, a tablet resting dark in her lap. Her hair was loose. Her coat was draped over her shoulders. In the gray light, she looked almost unreal. Not the terrifying heiress. Not the reborn villainess. Just a tired woman with too many memories. "You're awake," I said. She did not turn. "So are you." "I'm injured. I get to be difficult." "You are always difficult." "That's rich coming from you." Her mouth curved faintly, but the smile did not reach her eyes. I sat beside her. She immediately looked at my bandaged arm. "I'm fine." "You were shot." "Lightly." "There is no such thing as lightly shot." "There is if you survive and get excellent soup afterward." She gave me a look. I leaned back against the bench. "What are you watching?" "Nothing." "You're lying." She went still. Then she handed me the tablet. That alone told me how much had changed. A month ago, Seraphina would have hidden the screen, redirected the conversation, and possibly bought the hospital to distract me. Now she handed over the truth. The tablet showed a paused video. Adrian being transferred from a courthouse. Reporters shouting. His face pale. His suit wrinkled. His hands cuffed. I looked at Seraphina. "You've been watching this?" "Yes." "Why?" She looked at the fountain at the center of the garden. "Because I thought it would feel better." "And it doesn't." The answer was quiet, almost ashamed. "I waited for this," she said. "In my last life after I died, I thought if I could only see him broken, everything would balance. Every humiliation, every death, every stupid choice, every time I crawled after him, every time he smiled while ruining someone." Her fingers curled in her lap. "I thought revenge would make the past quiet." I looked at the frozen image of Adrian. "Did it?" "No." The fountain whispered between us. She laughed softly. It was a bleak sound. He looks small. He is small. I know. Her eyes stayed on the water. That's the problem. I understood. Maybe not fully. But enough. Adrian Vale had become a monster in her memory, because monsters were easier to hate than men. Monsters could be slain. Men had lawyers' weaknesses, vanity, fear, bad lighting, and pathetic excuses. If Adrian was only a small, cruel man who had been allowed too much power, then Seraphina had not worshipped a god. She had knelt before a fraud. That kind of realization did not heal quickly. I set the tablet face down on the bench between us. You didn't just take revenge. Her gaze shifted to me. You saved my mother. You saved her. We saved her. The word landed carefully. We. She looked away. I still almost went alone. But you didn't. I wanted to. But you didn't. Her jaw tightened. You keep making restraint sound like virtue. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is cowardice. Not killing Adrian in a warehouse was not cowardice. Her eyes flashed. For a second, I wanted him dead more than I wanted to breathe. I know. That doesn't disgust you. Yes. She went silent. I let the word sit. Then added, but it also doesn't surprise me. Her eyes filled, though no tears fell. You say terrible things kindly. I'm working on that. Don't, her voice was low. I trust it when you don't soften the truth. I looked at her then. Really looked. At the woman who once thought love was ownership. At the woman who still watched exits, counted threats, and measured every smile directed at me like it might become a rival claim. She had not become harmless. She never would. But she had become honest. And against all reason, I was beginning to value that more than safety. Seraphina. Yes. What happens after Adrian? She smiled faintly. Most people say good morning before asking existential questions. Good morning, what happens after Adrian? The smile faded. I don't know. That was new too. Seraphina admitting uncertainty. She looked at her hands. In my last life, everything was organized around him. Loving him, pleasing him, hating him. Destroying him, escaping the memory of him. Even after rebirth, so much of what I did was shaped by him. Her voice dropped. I chose you, but I also chose you while running from him. I had wondered when we would reach this. The question beneath every rescue, every battle, every vow. Was I loved? Or was I sanctuary? Was I a man? Or proof she had changed? I leaned forward, elbows on my knees. And now, she inhaled slowly. Now I have to learn who I am when I am not chasing or fleeing Adrian Vale. She looked at me. And you have to decide whether you want to meet that person. That was unfair. Not because she was wrong. Because she was finally right in a way that gave me no easy target. I could fight obsession. I could resist control. I could expose lies. But I could not mock growth without becoming smaller myself. I want to meet her, I said. Her breath caught. I continued before hope could swallow her whole. But I'm not promising I'll marry her on the original timeline. Pain crossed her face. The wedding date was 6 weeks away. Set by families, contracts, board schedules, venue availability, and the terrifying efficiency of Ashford event planners. In our world, weddings were not just weddings. They were market signals with floral arrangements. Postponing hours would cause gossip. Possibly stock movement. Definitely parental conversations. Seraphina looked down. You want to postpone? Yes. She closed her eyes. For one awful moment, I saw the old terror return. The fear that postponement meant abandonment, that delay meant rejection, that space meant someone else could slip between us. Her fingers trembled. I waited, not because I enjoyed watching her struggle, because if I saved her from every fear, the cage would rebuild itself from pity. Finally, she opened her eyes. Okay. Just that. Okay. No threat. No bargain. No offer to buy the venue and imprison the calendar. My chest hurt. You understand why? I asked. Yes. Tell me. Her mouth twisted. You want to choose me without war forcing your hand. I stared. She continued, voice steadier. You want to know whether what we are exists outside crisis. You want time. You want proof that I can love you without controlling every variable around you. A pause. And you want to see whether I can survive wanting you without owning you. The fountain kept whispering. I nodded. Yes. She looked like the word struck her and steadied her at the same time. Then postpone, she said. Her hands were clenched white in her lap. But don't disappear. I won't. Her eyes lifted. That is a promise. Yes. She exhaled shakily. Then I can survive it. I believed her. Not easily. Not completely. But enough. When we told our parents, the reactions were predictable. My mother cried, hugged Seraphina, and said, "Good. Engagement should include breathing." My father nodded as if I had made a wise business decision, and then immediately asked whether postponing would affect the merger timeline. Conrad Ashford stared at his daughter for a long time. Then he said, "Are you choosing this?" Seraphina stood very straight. Yes. He looked at me. Are you leaving? No. Are you certain? No. Conrad's eyes narrowed. Seraphina turned to me. Julian. What, you said no lies? Conrad made a sound that might have been amusement. Then he looked back at his daughter. And you are tolerating uncertainty. Her jaw tightened. I am practicing. Conrad studied her. For the first time, I wondered what he knew of the old Seraphina, the one before rebirth, the one in this life before she woke up changed. Had he watched his daughter burn herself alive chasing Adrian and felt helpless? Had he mistaken obsession for youthful arrogance? Had he mourned her while she still breathed? He nodded once. Good. Seraphina blinked. Good. Yes. That one word seemed to affect her almost as much as my praise had. Conrad continued, You have always confused possession with security. Her face paled. Father, it is not a criticism, it is an observation. It is absolutely a criticism. Then accept it as both. I quietly decided never to be in an argument between Ashfords unless armed with witnesses. Conrad turned to me. Halewood. Yes. If you hurt her carelessly, I will destroy you. Father, Seraphina snapped. Conrad ignored her. If you hurt her honestly because truth requires it, I will be angry but fair. I considered that. Reasonable. Seraphina looked between us. I dislike this alliance. Conrad's mouth twitched. I find it interesting. Everyone needs to stop finding my emotional suffering interesting. I almost laughed. She saw it. Her eyes narrowed. I laughed anyway. A week later, Adrian was formally indicted. The charges filled half a page. Kidnapping, conspiracy, attempted assault. illegal possession, obstruction, market manipulation, wire fraud, witness intimidation, a parade of crimes with expensive shoes. Seraphina did not attend the indictment hearing. I asked why. She said, because I don't want him to see whether I still care. Do you? She thought about it, then said less every day. That felt better than no. No would have been denial. Less was progress. Instead of court, she went to Pier 16. I found her there that afternoon in a white hard hat and black boots, standing beside architectural plans spread across a temporary table. The old warehouse doors had been opened. Sunlight cut through the dust. Contractors moved in and out. Engineers took measurements. Safety consultants argued over access points. Tommy Greer, retired but apparently incapable of staying retired, stood near the loading dock holding a clipboard and looking deeply suspicious of everyone. He had accepted the package, mostly because his wife threatened to divorce him if he did not. But he had also agreed to advise on the new center, the Thomas Greer Industrial Safety and Emergency Response Institute. When Seraphina told him the name, Tommy stared at her for a long moment, then said, "That's a mouthful." She blinked. I laughed. He accepted anyway. Now he walked toward us with the slow confidence of a man who had seen enough rich people to be unimpressed by them. "Miss Ashford," he said. "Mr. Greer, your architect wants glass walls in the West Training Wing." "Yes." "Bad idea." She looked at the plans. "Why?" "Heat exposure drills, glare, maintenance. Also, birds are stupid." Seraphina considered this with complete seriousness. "Remove the glass walls." The architect, a famous man who had designed museums in 5 countries, opened his mouth. Seraphina looked at him. He closed it. Tommy nodded. "Good." Then he looked at me. "You're armed." "Fine." "Shot." "Grazed." Tommy snorted. Rich people love renaming injuries. Seraphina's lips twitched. Tommy turned back to her. "You coming to the union safety dinner next week?" She hesitated. The old Seraphina would never have attended. Too loud. Too ordinary. Too many people who wore work boots because they worked. This Seraphina looked at me. I lifted my brows. Her chin rose. "Yes." Tommy nodded. "Don't wear shoes you can't run in." Then he walked away. Seraphina watched him go. "I like him. He criticized your glass walls." He was correct. "That's why you like him." "I like competent people." He also told you your building name was too long." "It is too long." I stared. "Are you becoming humble?" "No," she said. "I'm becoming selectively accurate." A false alarm. She looked down at the plans. I apologized to him. I knew. Tommy had called me afterward. He said Seraphina Ashford had sat across from him in a diner, ordered black coffee she did not drink, and apologized with the intensity of someone confessing to murder without naming the body. Tommy had listened. Then said, "Miss Ashford, I don't know what ghost you're apologizing to through me, but if you're paying for better safety training, I'll take it." That was Tommy. Practical mercy. Better than poetry. "What did he say?" I asked, though I already knew. Seraphina's eyes softened. "He said building something useful counts more than looking sad." That sounds like him. I thought forgiveness would feel grander. It usually feels like paperwork. She laughed. Then her gaze moved around the warehouse. In the last life, this place smelled like smoke. And now, she inhaled. Dust, metal, old wood. Progress. Yes. She looked at me then. Thank you for making me come back here. I didn't make you. You gave me a reason. That's not the same. No, she said softly, it's better. The safety dinner was chaos. Seraphina wore flat shoes. That alone made the evening historic. She arrived beside me at a union hall in Newark, where the walls were lined with old photographs. The coffee was aggressively bad, and men who had spent 40 years in heat and noise looked at her like she was a rare bird that might explode. My mother came too. She had decided Seraphina needed normal people exposure. Seraphina accepted this diagnosis with suspicious seriousness. At first, the room treated her carefully. Too carefully. Workers greeted her with polite distance. Wives eyed her diamonds. Managers watched for offense. Seraphina sat beside me, posture perfect, hands folded, expression composed. Then Tommy's wife, Marlene, arrived. Marlene Greer was 5 feet tall, silver-haired, and possessed the kind of authority that made entire rooms behave. She sat beside Seraphina and said, "You're too skinny." Seraphina blinked. "I beg your pardon." "Too skinny, eat." A plate appeared in front of her. Pasta, chicken, bread, a dangerous amount of butter. Seraphina looked at me in mild alarm. I smiled. "You heard her. I am not too skinny." Marlene leaned in. "Honey, I've buried 2 brothers, raised 3 sons, and kept Tommy alive for 32 years. You are not winning this." Seraphina picked up her fork. Understood. By dessert, Marlene had learned Seraphina hated raisins, liked lemon cake, and did not know how to play bingo. This last fact caused scandal. "You don't know bingo," Marlene demanded. "I know of it." "That's not knowing it." "I have experience with hostile acquisitions." "Same thing, sit down." Seraphina looked at me. "Help." "No, this is character development." "I hate you." "No, you don't." Her eyes softened before she could stop them. "No," she said quietly, "I don't." Marlene watched that exchange with the satisfaction of a woman who had just solved a crossword. Later, I found Seraphina in the hallway outside the main room, looking at a wall of photographs. Workers from decades past. Furnaces. Union picnics. Retirements. Christmas parties. Men holding babies who were now probably grandfathers. "This is what I didn't understand," she said. I stood beside her. "What?" "Companies are people before they are assets." I looked at the photographs. "Yes." In my last life, Adrian taught me to see everything as leverage. Buildings, contracts, scandals. Weaknesses, even kindness. Her voice tightened. I helped him destroy things I never bothered to see. And now I see too much. That sounds painful. It is. Good. She looked at me. I shrugged. Pain means the nerves work. She stared, then laughed softly. You and your father have the same disease. Industrial wisdom. Annoying moral clarity. I'll tell him you said that. He'll be proud. He will. The trial did not happen quickly. Men like Adrian had resources, and the law had patience when expensive enough. But his detention hearing became a spectacle. The prosecution argued he was a flight risk. His attorneys argued he was a respected business leader. The judge looked at the kidnapping charge, the offshore accounts, the private plane logs, and the list of countries without convenient extradition and decided respect could wait behind bars. Bail was denied. Seraphina read the news in my office, then set her phone down. "That's it?" I asked. "For now. How do you feel?" She considered. "Hungry." I stared. "Hungry? Yes. That's your emotional response." I skipped lunch. "You're evolving in strange directions." I was told food matters. "It does." I listened. I smiled. She saw it and looked pleased with herself. We ordered lunch. She ate half my fries without asking, which felt less like growth and more like theft. 2 months after the wedding postponement, Adrian's empire entered formal restructuring. Malcolm Vale discovered what everyone eventually discovers about thrones taken during crisis. The crown comes with knives already lodged in the cushion. Vale capital survived, but not as a kingdom. It was carved, sold, regulated, renamed, audited, humbled. Adrian's name was removed. His portrait came down. His office became a conference room. Seraphina sent me a photo of the empty wall where his portrait used to hang. Below it she wrote, "I thought I would frame this." A second message followed. "I won't." I replied, "Progress." She answered, "Do I get praise?" I stared at the message longer than necessary. Then typed, "Yes, proud of you." 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Finally. "Still dangerous when you say that." I smiled. I know. By winter, Pier 16 had become a construction site. Steel beams replaced rotted supports. Training rooms took shape. A memorial wall was planned near the entrance, not for the dead from another life, because that truth belonged to us, but for workers injured across decades of industrial labor. Real names, real stories, real safety lessons. Seraphina insisted the center have practical value. Not a vanity project. Not a guilt monument. A working institution. She reviewed training curricula with more intensity than some CEOs reviewed mergers. Fire suppression systems, evacuation drills, hazard identification, emergency medical response, scholarship funds, family support grants. One afternoon, I found her arguing with a safety consultant about smoke simulation. The consultant said, "Miss Ashford, the proposed system is already above industry standard." Seraphina replied, "Industry standard allowed men like us to call preventable harm acceptable." The consultant looked at me. I lifted both hands. "She's right." Seraphina looked smug for 20 minutes. I let her have it. She had earned smugness that day. Our engagement changed too. Slower. Stranger. More real. We went to dinner without discussing Adrian. The first time, Seraphina lasted 19 minutes before mentioning regulatory discovery. I stared at her. She stopped. "Was that him?" "Yes." "Damn." The second time, she lasted 42 minutes. By the fifth, we made it through dessert. She learned things about me she had not extracted from files. That I hated olives. That I liked old bookstores. That I had wanted to be an architect when I was 12. That I hated being called Jules by anyone except Clara and my mother. She immediately stopped using it. That mattered. I learned things about her no dossier could properly hold. That she played piano but hated performing. That she knew the names of every painting in her father's house but disliked most of them. That she had been lonely long before Adrian found her. That her mother had died when she was 16, leaving behind a jewelry box, 3 handwritten recipes, and a daughter who mistook attention for love because grief had hollowed out the place where certainty belonged. One night, she took me to the Ashford family estate. Not the city penthouse. Not the tower. The old house in Westchester where she had grown up. It was beautiful in the way old wealth made things beautiful. Stone walls, long windows, winter gardens, portraits of stern ancestors who looked disappointed in electricity. Seraphina led me to a music room. The piano was covered. My mother played, she said. I stood near the doorway. She taught you? Yes. Do you still play? Rarely. Why? Adrian once said it made me look sentimental. I hated how easily the old anger returned. Seraphina saw it. It's all right. No, it is. No, she admitted, it is. She removed the cover. Dust rose in the lamplight. Then she sat and placed her fingers on the keys. The first notes were hesitant, then steady, then beautiful. Not perfect. Better than perfect. Human. I stood in the doorway and listened as the woman who had spent 2 lifetimes armed for war played a song her dead mother had taught her. When she finished, she did not look at me. That was the first thing I forgot after she died, she said. Music. I moved closer. And now. Her fingers rested on the keys. Now I want to remember things that weren't about him. So I sat beside her. She showed me the opening notes. I played badly. She laughed. Not the sharp laugh. Not the broken one. A real laugh. It filled the room. And I thought, dangerously, there she is. Not the villainess. Not the weapon. Not the woman from the last life. Her. Spring came. The postponed wedding date remained unset. That began to annoy everyone except me. My mother asked once a week with false casualness. My father pretended not to care, and then sent me venue availability spreadsheets. Conrad Ashford said nothing, which was somehow more pressure. Seraphina also said nothing. That was the most alarming development. She did not push, did not scheme, did not cry in strategic lighting, did not arrange for my calendar to accidentally include cake tastings. She waited, not passively. Seraphina did nothing passively. But she waited with intention, like restraint had become a discipline, and she was determined to master it even if it killed her. Then one April morning, she gave me a folder. We were at Pier 16. The safety center was nearly finished. Sunlight poured through the renovated windows Tommy had approved after threatening 3 architects and 1 bird consultant. What is this? I asked. A gift. My body tensed. She noticed. It is not a company. Good start. Not property. Better. Not surveillance technology. Excellent progress. Open it. Inside was a legal document. I read the first page. Then the second. Then looked at her. Seraphina. She stood very still. It is a prenuptial agreement. I can see that. It separates personal assets, protects Halewood Steelworks from Ashford claims, protects your family holdings, establishes independent accounts, independent property, independent counsel, no shared financial instruments unless mutually approved. I stared. It was the opposite of a cage. It was a door. Several doors, actually. All unlocked. You drafted this? Yes. Why? Her throat moved. Because if we marry, I want you to know you can leave. The words hit harder than any vow. She continued, voice steady only because she was forcing it to be. I don't want you dependent on my money. I don't want your home in my name. I don't want your phone monitored, your accounts controlled, your choices folded into mine until staying becomes easier than leaving. Her eyes shone. I want you to stay because every morning you decide to. I looked down at the document. A year ago, another life ago, though not literally mine, Seraphina would have branded everything she loved. Now she was giving me legal escape routes. That was not romance, as the gossip columns understood it. It was better. It was terrifying. It was trust wearing a lawyer's signature block. Is this your idea? I asked. Yes. Not my father's, not Clara's, not Conrad's. Clara reviewed it. Of course she did. She called it emotionally healthy and financially aggressive. That sounds like her. Seraphina's hands curled at her sides. Do you hate it? No. Do you think it means I expect failure? No. Do you understand what I am trying to say? I closed the folder. Yes. Her breath caught. And I looked around Pier 16. At the steel beams. The training rooms. The workers. The place that had burned in another life and now stood rebuilt. Then I looked at Seraphina Ashford. The woman who ruined me. The woman who saved me. The woman who still wanted to possess everything she loved, but had learned to open her hands anyway. I think, I said slowly, we should set a wedding date. For a second, she did nothing. No smile. No gasp. No dramatic collapse into my arms. She simply stared at me as if she had heard the words, but did not trust the universe enough to interpret them. Then her face changed. Joy rose through her like sunrise. Not triumphant. Not possessive. Not victorious over some rival. Just joy. Pure enough to hurt. Julian, she whispered. I'm not finished. She froze immediately. Of course. I smiled. There are conditions. She nodded quickly. Yes, anything. Dangerous answer. I know, I meant reasonable anything. Better. I held up the folder. This stays. Yes. No monitoring. Yes. No guards unless there is a specific threat and we discuss it. Yes. No destroying women who smile at me. She grimaced. I will glare internally. Acceptable. No secret revenge. Define revenge. Seraphina. Fine. No deciding my life for me. Her expression softened. No deciding your life for you. And if you feel the cage instinct return. She looked down. I tell you. Before acting. Yes. And I tell you when I feel trapped. She looked up. Fear flickered. Then steadied. Yes. I stepped closer. Last condition. She swallowed. What? When we say vows, we do not say forever like it's a chain. Her eyes filled. What do we say? We say tomorrow. She stared. I continued. Forever is too big, too easy to weaponize. Tomorrow means we wake up and choose again. Her lips trembled. Every day. Every day. And if one day you don't choose me? The question was barely audible. Then I tell you the truth. She closed her eyes. A tear slipped down. That is terrifying. Yes. Good. That surprised me. She opened her eyes. Fear keeps people alive, remember. I laughed softly. She smiled through tears. Then she held out her hand. Not to claim. to ask. I took it. The wedding was held at Pier 16. That was Seraphina's idea. My mother cried for 3 days when she heard. Conrad said it was logistically inconvenient, and then personally funded the structural upgrades needed to host 400 people without violating fire code. Tommy said if anyone lit decorative candles near the emergency exits, he would tackle them. No one lit candles. The guest list was smaller than our original society wedding, and somehow more terrifying. Industrial workers, union families, Ashford board members, Halewood executives. Reporters kept far away by Clara, who declared the event private, hostile to leaks, and emotionally none of your business. Marlene Greer sat in the second row wearing a blue dress, and a look that suggested she had personally approved the marriage after evaluating both parties for common sense and nutrition. Daniel attended with a promotion, a raise, and a healthy fear of smiling too warmly at the groom. Clara stood on my side. Seraphina pretended not to mind, then admitted she minded, then behaved anyway. Progress. Seraphina walked down the aisle alone. Not because Conrad refused, because she chose to. Halfway down, she stopped beside her father, kissed his cheek, and continued. He looked away. I suspected emotional repression had limits after all. She wore no crown, no excessive diamonds, no dramatic train designed to make weaker brides weep with envy. Just a white gown, simple and elegant, with her mother's pearls at her throat. When she reached me, her eyes were bright. "Hello," she whispered. "Hi. You came. I'm the groom. I know. You still worried?" "Yes." "Good." Her mouth curved. The officiant began. I remember almost none of the formal words. I remember her hand in mine. I remember the sunlight through the rebuilt windows. I remember my mother smiling with tears on her cheeks. I remember my father wearing his father's watch. I remember Tommy near the emergency exit, alert as a guard dog. I remember Seraphina's voice when it was time for vows. She turned to me. Everyone disappeared. "Julian Halewood," she said, and my name no longer sounded like a claim. It sounded like a promise. In another life, I did not know how to love without destroying. In this life, I learned that regret is not redemption, protection is not possession, and devotion without freedom is only fear wearing perfume. A murmur moved through the room. She ignored it. I cannot promise I will never be afraid. I cannot promise I will never want to close my hand too tightly, but I promise I will open it. I promise I will tell you the truth, even when it costs me. I promise I will build more than I burn. Her voice trembled. And tomorrow, if you will have me, I will choose you again. My throat tightened. Then it was my turn. "Seraphina Ashford," I said. Her eyes widened slightly. "Ashford. Not Vale's shadow. Not my possession. Herself. I can't promise that loving you will be easy." A laugh moved through the room. Even she smiled. "I can't promise I won't get angry, or afraid, or tired of arguing with you about whether bodyguards count as furniture." Another laugh. Seraphina's smile grew watery. "But I can promise I won't confuse your worst instincts with your whole heart. I can promise to tell you when I feel trapped. I can promise to stand beside you when standing beside you is right, and against you when you forget the difference between love and control." Her fingers tightened. I continued. "I don't remember the life where I died, but I know the one I have now, and in this one tomorrow I choose you." She cried then. Not much. Just enough. When we kissed, it was brief. public, safe for mothers, workers, and corporate counsel. But when I pulled back, Seraphina looked at me as if I had remade the world with one touch. Maybe for her I had. 6 months later, the Thomas Greer Institute opened. The first class was made up of 32 industrial workers from 5 states. Seraphina gave the opening speech. She stood at the podium in a navy suit and flat shoes, because Marlene had become a permanent influence. Safety, she said, is not charity. It is not compliance theater. It is not a line item to be negotiated by people who will never stand near the hazard. Safety is memory made useful. She glanced at me, then at Tommy. Every company has ghosts. The question is whether we hide them or let them teach us. Tommy cried. He denied it. Everyone saw. Seraphina did not mention the other life. She didn't need to. Some truth lived better as foundations than announcements. Adrian's trial began that winter. He looked older in the courtroom. Still handsome. Still polished. But the shine was gone. When Seraphina took the stand, the room held its breath. Adrian watched her as if waiting for the old spell to work. It didn't. She testified calmly. About financial pressure. About blackmail. About the kidnapping. About the warehouse. About every document tied to this life. When his attorney tried to frame her as a jealous woman seeking revenge against a former lover, she looked at the jury and said, "Revenge may have brought me to the truth. It did not make the truth false." Clara texted me from the gallery. Annoyingly excellent answer. Adrian was convicted on enough charges to ensure that, for a very long time, his kingdom would consist of concrete walls and scheduled meals. When the verdict came down, Seraphina did not smile. She took my hand. We walked out together. Reporters shouted, "Mrs. Halewood, are you satisfied?" She stopped. I felt her consider a dozen devastating answers. Then she said no. The reporters surged. She continued, "Satisfaction is too small for what happened. Justice is not joy, it is structure, it is consequence, it is what remains when the spectacle ends." Then she turned and left. I stared after her. Clara leaned toward me. "Your wife is terrifying." "I know. Healthier. Sometimes. Good luck." "I need it." A year after the wedding, I woke before dawn to find Seraphina standing at the bedroom window. We had chosen a house together. Not hers. Not mine. Ours. Both names on the deed. Separate offices. Shared kitchen. No hidden cameras. I checked. Twice. She wore one of my old shirts and a robe that probably cost more than my first car. Her hair was loose down her back. In the faint light, she looked peaceful. That still startled me. I got out of bed and joined her. "What are you doing?" "Thinking." "Dangerous." "Always." I followed her gaze. The city glowed in the distance. "What about tomorrow?" I smiled. "Already. It keeps arriving. Annoying like that." She leaned against my shoulder. A small, ordinary gesture. The kind that would have been impossible at the beginning, because ordinary intimacy required more trust than obsession did. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked. "Marrying you?" "Yes. Sometimes." She went still. I took her hand before fear could finish forming. "And sometimes I look at you and think I made the only possible choice." Her breathing softened. "I can live with sometimes." Good, because sometimes is honest. She turned toward me. "I still want to cage you occasionally." I know. I don't. I know. I still get jealous. I definitely know. The woman at the charity auction smiled at you for too long. She was 70. She had excellent bone structure. I stared. Seraphina looked away. I handled it internally. Proud of you. Her eyes immediately brightened. Still dangerous. Still effective. Still ridiculous. She smiled. Tomorrow, she asked. I kissed her forehead. Tomorrow. And maybe that was our version of happily ever after. Not a perfect kingdom. Not a golden cage. Not salvation through marriage or revenge clean enough to wash blood from memory. Just tomorrow. Chosen again. Built again. One unlocked door at a time. 3 years after Adrian Vale was sentenced, people stopped saying his name at dinner. That was how I knew he was truly gone. Prison had not erased him. Conviction had not erased him. Headlines had not erased him. The dismantling of Vale Capital had not erased him. In our world, disgrace was still a kind of relevance. Scandal kept a man alive long after his power died. People loved cautionary tales as long as the caution came with expensive suits, old money, and photographs from court steps. For a while, Adrian remained useful as conversation. Did you hear his appeal was denied? Apparently Malcolm Vale is selling the Park Avenue property. His former CFO took a plea deal. Did you know he kept recordings of everyone? Of course he did. Then gradually, the city found new monsters. It always did. A biotech founder lied about trial results. A real estate family imploded over inheritance. A senator's son crashed a yacht into a private dock and made 3 terrible phone calls before finding a competent lawyer. The social bloodstream moved on. Adrian Vale became old poison. Dangerous once. Contained now. And Seraphina, who had spent 2 lifetimes orbiting him in love, hatred, guilt, and vengeance, learned how to wake up without checking the news for his shadow. At first, she didn't trust the quiet. I would find her at 3 in the morning, standing in the kitchen with her laptop open, reading regulatory filings that no longer mattered. I would stand in the doorway and say, "Ghost hunting." She would close the laptop with the guilty speed of a child hiding stolen candy. Due diligence. On a man serving 27 years. Appeals exist. So do lawyers. Lawyers miss things. You own 6 of the terrifying variety. 9. Of course. Then she would look at me, caught between defiance and shame. I would sigh, pour water into 2 glasses, and sit across from her. 10 minutes, I'd say. Her brow would furrow. What? You can tell me what you're worried about for 10 minutes. Then we close the computer and go back to bed. And if I'm still worried, you will be. That's not comforting. It's true. She would consider this, because truth still mattered to her more than comfort, and then she would talk. Sometimes about Adrian. Sometimes about Ashford Group. Sometimes about a contract clause she didn't like. Sometimes about whether my new assistant, an extremely married father of 4 named Paul, laughed too warmly at my jokes. Paul has twins, I reminded her once. Twins do not prevent poor judgment. His wife sends me Christmas cookies. Exactly, she is establishing dominance. You have problems. I have awareness. But after 10 minutes, she would close the laptop. Every time. The first time she did it without looking like she had severed a limb, I said, "Proud of you." She pressed both hands over her face. You weaponize that phrase. I use it responsibly. No, you don't. Do you want me to stop? She lowered her hands. No. Progress, I learned, was rarely dramatic. Sometimes it was a woman who once tried to control the world, allowing a laptop to remain shut until morning. Sometimes it was me learning not to treat every fear she confessed as a failure. Sometimes it was the two of us standing in the kitchen at 3 in the morning, drinking water beneath soft lights, choosing tomorrow before the sun arrived. The Thomas Greer Institute became more successful than any of us expected. That was not modesty. It truly surprised us. What began as guilt-given architecture became a national training center within 2 years. Manufacturing firms sent supervisors, unions sent safety representatives, state agencies partnered with us, families of injured workers came to speak, engineers tested new emergency systems. Students from technical schools competed for scholarships. Tommy hated being famous, which meant everyone loved making him famous. His portrait hung near the entrance, despite his complaints. "I look like I'm about to yell at a ladder," he said at the unveiling. Marlene patted his arm. "You usually are." The first time Seraphina saw a class of trainees wearing hard hats with the Institute logo, she stood very still near the back of the training hall. I knew that stillness. It meant emotion had reached her throat, and she was deciding whether to strangle it. "You okay?" I asked. "No." "Good no or bad no?" "Unfamiliar no." "That's usually good." She watched as an instructor demonstrated emergency evacuation procedures, using a smoke simulation system she had personally redesigned 3 times. "In my last life," she said quietly, "this place was ash." I looked around. At the polished concrete floors. At the steel beams. At the trainees taking notes. At Tommy arguing with a young engineer about signage placement. And now, her eyes shone. Now people learn how to get out. I took her hand. She let me. Actually, that was not fair. By then she did more than let me. She reached back. The difference mattered. Later that day, during lunch, one of the trainees approached us. He was young, maybe 23, nervous, the kind of young man who had grown up with calloused hands around him and had not yet decided whether he belonged in rooms with people wearing tailored suits. "Mrs. Halewood?" he asked. Seraphina turned. "Yes. My dad worked at Northland Chemical." Her expression changed. She knew the name. Northline had suffered an industrial accident 8 years earlier, 4 injured, 1 fatality, lawsuit settled, media cycle brief, families left with scars longer than headlines. "My mother got one of the family support grants," he said. "After my dad got hurt, I just wanted to say, I wouldn't be here without it." Seraphina's face went pale. Not with guilt this time. With impact. She glanced at me once, as if checking whether this was allowed to matter. I gave the smallest nod. She turned back to him. "What's your name?" "Eric." "Eric," she said, and her voice was very careful. "Your father should have been protected before he was hurt. A grant does not make that right." He swallowed. "No, ma'am, but it helped." Her eyes brightened. "Then I'm glad." He smiled awkwardly and hurried away. Seraphina stood frozen for several seconds. Then she whispered, "It helped." I squeezed her hand. "Yes." Her mouth trembled. I didn't know repair could feel like grief. Most repair does. She looked at me. "How do you know that?" "I married you." For a second she stared. Then she laughed. It startled 2 interns and 1 visiting regulator. "Worth it." Our marriage became a rumor people could not categorize. That annoyed society more than scandal ever had. Scandal fit neatly into conversation. Betrayal, revenge, passion, power, arrests, trials. Everyone knew how to discuss those things over champagne. But a marriage built from postponed vows, separate bank accounts, joint safety initiatives, emotional boundaries, and a former villainess learning not to commit HR violations when jealous. No one had etiquette for that. At galas, people watched us. They watched whether Seraphina touched me too much, whether I looked trapped, whether she looked bored, whether I spoke to women, whether she flinched when Adrian's name appeared in old whispers, whether we danced. We did. Badly, according to Clara. Julian has the rhythm of a filing cabinet, she told Seraphina at a charity auction. Seraphina looked offended on my behalf. He has excellent posture. That's not rhythm. It is adjacent. It is not. I sipped my drink. I'm standing right here. Clara ignored me. Seraphina considered her. You're very bold for someone who's firm, still bills Ashford quarterly. Clara pointed a finger at her. That sounded like a threat. Seraphina paused, then looked at me. I raised an eyebrow. She sighed. It was not a threat, it was nostalgic phrasing. Clara burst out laughing. God, you're trying so hard. Seraphina's chin lifted. Yes. That shut Clara up. For about 3 seconds. Then she smiled, softer than usual. Good. Seraphina blinked. Praise from Clara still confused her. I understood why. My praise was dangerous because she loved me. Clara's praise was dangerous because Clara had once been someone Seraphina wanted to erase. Now Clara was something else. Not quite friend. Not enemy. A witness, maybe. Someone who remembered the worst version of Seraphina from early days and had chosen, cautiously, not to hold her there forever. That mattered too. After Clara walked away, Seraphina leaned toward me. Was that progress? Yes. I did not threaten her career. Barely. I used the word nostalgic. Very corporate, very alarming. I'm improving. You are. Her eyes warmed, then narrowed. Clara touched your sleeve when she laughed. I closed my eyes. And there it is. I am handling it internally. Handle harder. I am. Good. A pause. Then she muttered, her nails are always perfect. She's a communications executive. That is not an excuse. I laughed. Seraphina pretended to be offended, then smiled into her glass when she thought I wasn't looking. I was always looking. That was another thing that changed. At the beginning, Seraphina watched me as if I might vanish. Now I watched her too. Not with fear. With attention. There is a difference between being observed and being seen. Seraphina had observed me obsessively from the first day of this life. My schedule, my enemies, my favorite coffee, my vulnerabilities, the people who smiled at me. But being seen required something else. It required not turning every fact into leverage. It required allowing me to surprise her. I saw her learn that slowly. Painfully. One evening, she came home late from Ashford Tower to find me in the study, surrounded by blueprints. She stopped in the doorway. What is this? A project. Her eyes narrowed. What project? You look frightened. I dislike unknown folders. They aren't folders, they're blueprints. Even worse, folders can be closed. I smiled. Come here. She approached cautiously, like the table might accuse her of something. I spread out the main design. A small building. Brick. Glass. Steel. Not too large. Not corporate. Not residential. Her eyes moved across the page. "What is this?" she asked again. "A music school." She went still. I pointed to the design. 3 practice rooms, a small recital hall, community space, scholarship office, accessible classrooms, nothing flashy. She looked at me. "Why?" "For your mother." The words entered the room and changed its temperature. Seraphina did not speak. I continued, because stopping would make me nervous. "You said she taught you piano. You said music was the first thing you forgot after she died. I cleared my throat. I thought maybe remembering should have somewhere to live." Her hand went to her mouth. "It's just a proposal," I said quickly. "We don't have to." She crossed the room and kissed me. Not the careful public kiss from our wedding. Not the desperate one from fear. This one was sudden, fierce, and full of grief brightened into joy. When she pulled back, her eyes were wet. "You built me something. I designed you something. Technically, builders will build it." "You built me something," she repeated. I smiled. "Fine." She looked down at the blueprints again. "My mother would have loved this." "Then we'll do it." "We?" "Yes." She touched the corner of the page. For a moment she was silent. Then she said, "I want it independent." I blinked. "What?" "Not Ashford controlled, not Halewood controlled. A foundation, mixed board, scholarship commitments protected. No vanity naming rights beyond my mother's name." I stared at her. She looked up, worried. "What?" "You just built governance into a love gesture." "Is that bad?" "No. It sounds bad when you say it like that. It sounds extremely you." Her expression softened. "Do you mind?" "No. Because I didn't. Once, Seraphina would have bought a building and put my name on it to prove I belonged to her. Now she wanted governance, independence, protections, and a board capable of telling her no. Love, for her, had become less about possession and more about making sure beautiful things could survive her. I loved that. I did not say it yet. Cowardice, maybe. Or timing. Some words deserved the right room. The music school broke ground that autumn. The Evelyn Ashford Conservatory for young musicians. Seraphina played at the private dedication. Only for family. Only one song. Her hands trembled before she began. I sat in the front row beside my mother, who was already crying, and Conrad Ashford, who looked like a man trying not to become human in public. Seraphina sat at the piano. For a moment, she simply rested her fingers on the keys. Then she played. The same song she had shown me years before. Her mother's song. This time, she did not play like someone recovering memory from ashes. She played like someone giving it forward. When the last note faded, no one moved. Then Conrad stood. He walked to his daughter. Seraphina rose slowly. He looked at her for a long moment, then embraced her. It was stiff. Awkward. Ashford. But it was real. Seraphina's eyes closed. Her hands clutched the back of his jacket like she was 16 again, and finally being held by the parent grief had made unreachable. My mother leaned toward me and whispered, "That family needs so much help." I whispered back, "We're aware." She patted my knee. "You're doing well." "Am I?" "No idea, but you're committed." That was my mother. Merciless and loving. Later, after everyone left, I found Seraphina alone at the piano. She was not playing. Just sitting. I leaned against the doorway. You okay? Yes. Real yes. She considered. Complicated yes. I'll take it. She looked at the keys. When my mother died, I thought love meant whoever stayed could still leave, so I tried to make people unable to leave. I said nothing. She continued. Adrian liked that. He liked watching me hand him my pride, then asking for more. Her fingers pressed one silent key. Then you came along and kept leaving doors open. Very rude of me. Extremely. She smiled faintly. I thought open doors meant abandonment. Now I think maybe they mean trust. I stepped closer. Maybe. She looked up. Do you trust me? There it was again. The question that had changed shape over the years. At first, trust meant, do you believe I won't destroy everyone around you? Then, do you believe I'll tell the truth? Then, do you believe I can choose better? Now, maybe, it meant something almost ordinary. Do you trust me with your heart? I walked to the piano and sat beside her. Yes, I said. Her breath caught. I added because honesty had become our religion, not blindly. She laughed through sudden tears. I don't want blind. I know. Blindness ruined me once. I know. She leaned her head against my shoulder. We sat there in the quiet conservatory, surrounded by polished wood, new paint, and the ghost of a woman I had never met but somehow owed for teaching Seraphina how beauty sounded before the world taught her how power felt. That winter, Adrian wrote a letter. Not to Seraphina. To me. It arrived through his attorney, sealed and processed through 3 layers of legal caution. Seraphina found me holding it in the kitchen. The envelope sat unopened on the counter between us. Her face went blank. What is that? Letter from Adrian. Every muscle in her body changed. Old instincts rising. Give it to me. No. Her hands curled. Then opened. A visible act of will. Please, she said. That was worse. Why? Because I don't know what he put inside it. Neither do I. It could be a threat. Then we'll report it. It could be another memory trap. Then I'll decide whether to read it. Her eyes filled with fear. He still knows where to cut. I picked up the envelope. And if I never open it because of that, he still controls the knife. She went silent. The truth landed. Hard. I can read it with you, she said. I considered. Then nodded. Okay. We sat at the kitchen table. No lawyers. No security. No strategy room. Just us. I opened the envelope. The letter was handwritten. Elegant. Controlled. Adrian even wrote like he expected history to preserve him. Julian, I assume Seraphina will read this with you. She never could resist standing near the center of the room, even when pretending to give someone else space. Seraphina inhaled sharply. I put one hand over hers. She stayed. I continued. You think you won because I am where I am and you are where you are. Perhaps you did. The law certainly believes so, and for now that is enough to satisfy the small minds who require verdicts to understand power. But I want you to know something. She was mine first. Seraphina went cold beside me. Not angry. Cold. I kept reading. Before she learned your name with reverence, she begged for mine. Before she built institutes and played saint with worker safety funds, she knew exactly what kind of world we lived in and enjoyed the view from above it. Do not let her rewrite herself completely. She loved the cruelty when it was aimed away from her. My jaw tightened. That one hurt because it was partly true. Seraphina whispered, "Keep reading." So I did. I don't write this to reclaim her. I'm not sentimental. I write because men like you amuse me. You think kindness changes nature. You think patience reforms hunger. You think a cage with an open door is not still a cage if the prisoner chooses not to walk out. One day, you will realize she built herself around you, because without obsession she is empty. And when that day comes, you will finally understand what I understood first. Seraphina Ashford was never saved. She simply changed owners. The letter ended there. No signature. Just his initials. AV. For a long time, neither of us spoke. The kitchen clock ticked. Outside, rain tapped against the windows. Seraphina's face was unreadable. Then she said, "Some of it is true." I folded the letter slowly. "Yes." She flinched but nodded. "I did love cruelty when I thought it proved I was powerful." "Yes." "I did build too much of myself around you after rebirth." "Yes." "I am not empty without obsession." I looked at her. That one, she said differently. "Not asking. Declaring." "No," I said, "you're not." Her eyes met mine. "Do you believe that?" "Yes." The word came easily, because I had seen her at Pier 16. At the conservatory. With Tommy. With Marlene. With Clara. With my mother. With a young trainee named Eric. I had seen her build things that did not belong to me. I had seen her choose repair when no audience existed. I had seen her close laptops, open hands, and walk through rooms without turning every exit into a lock. Adrian had known the old hunger. He had not known the woman who learned to feed herself. Seraphina took the letter from my hand. For 1 second, I thought she might burn it. A poetic ending. Dramatic. Very her. Instead, she folded it neatly and placed it back in the envelope. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Filing it." "You're keeping it?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because destruction is not the only way to make something powerless." She stood and walked to the study. I followed. She opened a filing cabinet. Not the locked safe where she kept dangerous records. Not the archive of Adrian's crimes. A normal cabinet. Home insurance. Appliance warranties. Old tax documents. She placed the letter in a folder labeled "Unimportant Correspondence," then she closed the drawer. I stared. That was vicious. Her mouth curved. "I know. I'm proud of you." Her eyes warmed. "Still. Always." But now the praise did not unmake her. It reached her. There was a difference. A year later, our daughter was born. We named her Evelyn, after Seraphina's mother. My mother immediately announced she would be calling her Evie and dared anyone to argue. No one did. Not even Seraphina. Especially not Seraphina. The first time I saw my wife hold our daughter, I understood a new kind of fear. Not mine. Hers. Seraphina sat in the hospital bed, hair loose, face exhausted, wearing the expression of a woman entrusted with a star. Evie was tiny. Red-faced. Furious. Perfect. Seraphina held her, as if love itself had become fragile enough to break. "She's so small," she whispered. "That's normal. She has your nose. She has your temper. She is 8 minutes old. And already offended." Evie wailed. "See." Seraphina looked genuinely distressed. Is she hungry? Is she cold? Is she angry? Can babies be angry? With our genetics, definitely. A nurse entered. Seraphina's eyes snapped to her. Her crying changed pitch. The nurse smiled kindly. That's normal. She needs something. She needs feeding and rest, so do you. Seraphina looked skeptical of both. I leaned close. Remember the rule. She looked at me. No cages. New version. Her brow furrowed. No panic governance. The nurse wisely hid a smile. Seraphina glared at me. Weakly. I dislike that phrase. You dislike needing it. Yes. Evie cried again. Seraphina looked down. Her face softened into something I had never seen before. Not obsession. Not fear. Not even devotion as I knew it. Wonder. I don't want to become my fear, she whispered. I sat beside her. Then tell me when it starts. What if I don't notice? I will. What if you do? My mother will. Seraphina blinked, then looked toward the door where my mother was already trying to negotiate her way past hospital staff. Yes, she said, she will. Parenthood changed the shape of Seraphina's control. At first it sharpened it. That was expected. She researched pediatricians with the intensity of a hostile acquisition. She interviewed nannies like intelligence assets. She rejected one stroller because the brake mechanism had insufficient philosophical seriousness. I said, it's a stroller. She said, it carries my child. I said, our child. She stopped. Breathed. Our child. Progress. Not instant. Never instant. But real. She wanted cameras in every room. We negotiated. Cameras in nursery and exterior entrances. Not bedrooms. Not common rooms. Access shared. Logs visible. She wanted 3 nannies. We agreed on 1 nanny, 1 part-time night nurse for the first months, and my mother whenever she forced her way in, which was often. She wanted background checks on every child in Evie's future preschool. I stared. She cannot hold her head up yet. Preparation matters. No. Light screening. Of toddlers. Fine. She handled motherhood like she handled everything else. Intensely, imperfectly, with terrifying research and devastating sincerity. But Evie did something no one else could. She made Seraphina ordinary. At 3 in the morning, billionaire heiresses and factory heirs became the same thing. Exhausted people trying to understand why a tiny human hated sleep. One night, I found Seraphina in the nursery, rocking Evie while humming her mother's song. No lights except the small lamp near the chair. No phone in her hand. No laptop nearby. Just her. Just our daughter. I stood in the doorway. Seraphina looked up. She wouldn't settle. Looks like she did. Evie slept against her chest. Seraphina's eyes were wet. I used to think being needed would feel powerful. And it feels terrifying. Yes. She trusts me because she has no choice. I stepped inside. For now. Seraphina looked down at Evie. One day she will. Choose. Yes. And her lips trembled. I want her to choose herself first. That was when I knew. Not that Seraphina was healed. Healing was not a finish line. But something old had broken open and grown differently. The woman who once wanted to own what she loved now wanted her daughter to belong to herself. I walked over and kissed Seraphina's hair. She leaned into me. Tomorrow, she whispered. I looked at our daughter sleeping between us. Tomorrow. The years did what years do. They softened some edges and sharpened others. Evie grew into a child with Seraphina's eyes, my stubbornness, my mother's complete lack of subtlety, and Conrad Ashford's terrifying ability to stare silently until adults confessed things. At 4, she told a board member at an Ashford family picnic that his shoes were lying about being comfortable. At 5, she asked Tommy why his portrait at the Institute looked grumpy but important. Tommy said, because I am. Evie accepted this. At 6, she asked Seraphina why some people were afraid of her. I was in the room when it happened. Seraphina paused. She had been helping Evie build a wooden model bridge at the kitchen table. The question came with no warning, as children's questions often do, dropped casually between glue and tiny support beams. Mommy, Evie said, why did Mrs. Clark say you used to be scary? Mrs. Clark was a donor's wife with poor judgment and excellent hearing range. Seraphina's hand stilled. I looked up from the counter. For a moment, the old reflex crossed her face. Deflect. Control. Simplify. Then she breathed. Because I was, she said. Evie frowned. You're not scary. I can be. To monsters. Seraphina's mouth trembled. Sometimes to people who aren't monsters. Evie considered this with the grave seriousness of a 6-year-old evaluating morality and bridge glue. Did you say sorry? Yes. Did they forgive you? Some did, some didn't. Evie nodded. That happens at school. I pressed my lips together. Seraphina looked like she might cry. Evie attached another piece to her bridge. Daddy says if you break something, you fix what you can and don't pretend it's the same. Seraphina looked at me. I lifted one shoulder. She asked why tape doesn't make paper unripped. Evie continued, so you're fixing. Seraphina's voice was very soft. Every day. Okay. And just like that, judgment ended. Children could be merciless. They could also be generous in ways adults no longer knew how to be. That night, Seraphina stood at our bedroom window long after Evie fell asleep. I came up behind her. You handled that well. She deserved more detail. She's 6. She deserved truth. She got truth. Seraphina leaned back against me. I don't want her to inherit my hunger. She won't. You don't know that. No, but she'll inherit your intelligence, your courage, your ability to rebuild, your terrifying standards for stroller breaks. Seraphina laughed softly. And if she inherits the darkness, then we teach her where to put it. She turned in my arms. Where? Into protecting, building, telling the truth. Maybe architecture worked for me. Her eyes warmed. You built me a music school. I designed it. You built me a music school. I've lost this argument before. Yes. She kissed me then. Softly. An ordinary kiss in a quiet room, after a child's difficult question, and before another ordinary morning. Once, Seraphina had wanted a love that would burn the world down. Now we had a love that made breakfast, attended parent meetings, argued about governance, funded safety training, and chose tomorrow. It was less dramatic. It was harder. It was better. On our 10th wedding anniversary, Seraphina took me back to the Meridian Museum. The same place where she had fired the first public shot at Adrian Vale's empire. The museum had renovated since then. New lighting, new donor plaques, fewer men whispering near marble columns about whether Vale Capital would recover. It had not. We were attending a foundation dinner for the conservatory. Evie was at home with my mother, who had promised not to give her cake after 8 and therefore definitely would. Seraphina wore dark green. Not black. Not red. Green. Life maybe. Or maybe she just liked the dress. She had stopped turning every outfit into symbolism, which was another kind of progress. During dinner, a young man approached us. Late 20s. Nervous. Sharp suit. He introduced himself as Nathaniel Price, Eleanor Price's son. The risk officer Adrian had ruined. Seraphina stood immediately. Nathaniel. He smiled. My mother sends her regards. How is she? Teaching, consulting, happier. He hesitated. She wanted me to thank you. Seraphina's expression tightened. She owes me nothing. She said you'd say that. A faint smile. Nathaniel continued. She also said to tell you she got her life back late, but late is not never. Seraphina closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, they shone. Your mother has always been more generous than I deserved. She said that too. I smiled. Nathaniel shook my hand and left. Seraphina sat slowly. Late is not never, she repeated. Good line. Yes. You want to steal it for a speech. Desperately. Ask permission. I know. She looked mildly offended that I had anticipated her. After dinner, we wandered away from the crowd into one of the side galleries. Paintings lined the walls. The lighting was soft. The city glittered beyond tall windows. Seraphina stopped beneath an abstract painting. I did not understand and probably never would. This is where Adrian stood, she said. I looked around. At the gala. Yes. Good memory. I remember rooms by wounds. The sentence no longer frightened me the way it once would have. Now I heard it as information. Not a prophecy. And now I asked. She looked around. Now I remember you standing between us and calling him worse than me. You were listening. I was always listening. Still alarming. Less alarming than before. True. She took my hand. No tremor. No desperation. Just warmth. Do you know what I thought that night? She asked. That I was handsome and brave. No. Rude. I thought you would leave once you knew enough. I nodded. Reasonable. And now? Now I know you will leave if you must. Her fingers tightened but gently. And stay if you choose. That's the deal. She looked at me. Her eyes were still the same. Dark. Brilliant. Dangerous when narrowed. Soft when she forgot to protect herself. I choose you tomorrow, she said. I smiled. You're early. I like preparation. You do. Is that acceptable? Yes. I lifted her hand and kissed her knuckles. Still effective. Her eyes warmed exactly the way they had in the hospital years ago, but steadier now. Less worship. More love. Then she smiled. Julian. Yes. I have a confession. My body tensed automatically. Old habit. She noticed and laughed. Not that kind. Good. I bought something. I closed my eyes. Seraphina. It is not a company. You always lead with that. Because I'm improving. What did you buy? She pointed toward the far wall. There, mounted beneath glass, was a small plaque. I walked closer. It listed donors who had funded the museum's new public education wing. Among the names, the Haywood Ashford Foundation. Below it in smaller letters. For open doors. I stared. She came to stand beside me. It funds student access, she said. Free admission days, school transportation, workshops, nothing controlling, independent administration. Clara reviewed the language. Of course she did. I wanted to mark the room differently. I looked at her. She held my gaze. Not as the place where I began destroying him, as a place where children get to walk in without paying. For a second, I could not speak. This was what she did now. She did not erase wounds. She built doors through them. I took her face in my hands and kissed her. In a museum. Beside a donor plaque. In front of a painting neither of us understood. She laughed against my mouth, startled and delighted. When I pulled back, she looked breathless. That was public. We're married. Still. Do you object? No. Her smile turned mischievous. I'm savoring victory. I groaned. Some things never change. Her eyes softened. No, she said, some things do. That night after we returned home, Evie ran into the foyer in pajamas, hair wild, face suspiciously frosted with chocolate. My mother followed behind her, looking entirely unrepentant. No cake after 8, I asked. My mother shrugged. It was 7:58 when I cut it. Technicalities are not morality. Seraphina looked at Evie. Did you brush your teeth? Evie froze. Betrayal. My mother said we were getting there. Seraphina folded her arms. Evie looked at me for rescue. I lifted both hands. I don't negotiate with dental hygiene. Evie sighed dramatically and trudged toward the stairs. Halfway up, she turned. Mommy. Yes. Tomorrow, can we go to the music school? Seraphina's face softened. Yes. And the safety place. That's a lot for one day. Daddy says tomorrow is for choosing. Seraphina looked at me. I smiled. He does say that. Evie nodded, satisfied with the philosophical foundation of her schedule, and continued upstairs. My mother watched her go. Then looked at us. That child is going to run something. Probably us, I said. She already does, Seraphina replied. My mother kissed Seraphina's cheek on her way out. Good night, sweetheart. Seraphina still reacted to casual maternal affection, like someone being handed a priceless object without warning. But she leaned into it now. Good night. Later, we stood in Evie's doorway as she slept, one arm flung over her stuffed rabbit, hair across her face. Seraphina slipped her hand into mine. Do you ever think about the other life? She asked. Sometimes. That was true. Less often than she did. But sometimes. I thought of the man I might have been, the one who came to save a woman who had ruined him. The one who died in a courtyard beneath Adrian Vale's orders. The one whose life ended before any of this could begin. I did not remember him. But I carried his echo. Maybe Seraphina loved him first. Maybe I was both his continuation and his replacement. Maybe all love involved ghosts if you looked closely enough. What do you think? She asked. I watched our daughter sleep. I think he'd be surprised. At what? That we made it boring. Seraphina stared at me. Then laughed so hard she had to cover her mouth to avoid waking Evie. Boring. Compared to murder, reincarnation, corporate sabotage, kidnapping, and trial testimony. Yes. Our life is not boring. Tonight's major scandal was cake before bedtime. That is serious. Devastating. She leaned her head against my shoulder. "I like boring," she whispered. "Me too." We stood there for a long time. Not trapped. Not watched. Not owned. Just together in the doorway of a child's room, listening to the soft breathing of the future we had not destroyed. The next morning, sunlight spilled across the kitchen. Evie ate pancakes with alarming intensity. Seraphina read a briefing while pretending not to. I took it from her hand. She glared. Family breakfast. It was only a summary. Of what? Market exposure. Seraphina. Fine. She turned her attention to Evie. Do you have music practice today? Evie nodded. An emergency safety day. That is not what it's called, I said. It should be, Evie replied. Seraphina looked proud. I pointed at her. Do not encourage branding. I said nothing. With your face. My face is allowed opinions. After breakfast, Evie ran to get her shoes. Seraphina began clearing plates. I watched her for a moment. What? She asked. Nothing. That is never nothing. I leaned against the counter. I was thinking about the first night. Her expression shifted. The engagement banquet. You threw champagne at Adrian. I should have used red wine. Progress, remember. I said should have, not would now. Excellent distinction. She smiled, then grew quiet. I was terrified that night. You looked terrifying. I was both. I know that now. She set a plate in the sink. I thought if I claimed you loudly enough, fate would hear me and change. And did it. She looked toward the hallway where Evie was singing to herself while putting on mismatched shoes. No. I followed her gaze. She turned back to me. Fate did not change because I claimed you. It changed because you made me ask. The words settled between us. Maybe that was the whole story. Not reincarnation. Not revenge. Not corporate war. Not even love. A woman who had spent one life taking, and one life trying not to, learned to ask. And a man who had spent too long coasting learned to answer. Evie ran back in. One shoe red. One shoe yellow. Seraphina looked down. Interesting choice. Tomorrow colors, Evie said. I nodded solemnly. Very advanced. Seraphina picked up her coat. Ready. Evie grabbed her hand. Then mine. Ready. We walked out together into the morning. Not toward a throne. Not toward a cage. Not toward revenge. Toward the music school first, because Evie wanted to hear the little kids play piano. Then the Safety Institute, because Tommy had promised her a hard hat sticker. Then home. Probably dinner. Probably arguments about bedtime. Probably Seraphina pretending not to check emails. Probably me catching her. Probably laughter. Probably tomorrow. And tomorrow, as always, was enough. Epilogue years later, people would tell the story differently depending on what they wanted it to mean. Some said Seraphina Ashford was a villainess who changed for love. That was too simple. Some said Julian Halewood saved her. That gave me too much credit and her too little. Some said Adrian Vale created his own downfall. That was true but incomplete. Some said wealth protected us from consequences. Those people had never watched Seraphina sit across from Tommy Greer in a diner, hands trembling around coffee she could not drink, apologizing to a ghost through a living man. Some said obsession became devotion. Maybe. But only after devotion learned restraint. The truth was this. Seraphina Ashford did not become good because she loved me. She became better because she chose, again and again, not to let love excuse what was worst in her. And I did not stay because she was beautiful, powerful, or willing to burn the world down for me. I stayed because one day she learned to build instead. A safety institute from ashes, a music school from grief, a family from fear, a marriage from unlocked doors. Every morning she still asked the same question, sometimes aloud, sometimes with her hand reaching across the bed, sometimes with her eyes when I came home late from the plant. Tomorrow. And every morning I answered, tomorrow. Not forever like a chain. Tomorrow like a choice. And choice, we learned, was stronger than fate. And